God damn it, OBS. Anyways, hello, Danger Noodles. The collab got canceled, so we're gonna do this instead. For a third day in a row. I have no idea if anyone's here. I'm gonna assume no. Yep. No answer. That means no one else is here. Someone else will be coming with me shortly to do this with me. But for the time being, I'm on my own. So the first SCP is the Unseen Mold, also known as SCP-020. Item SCP-020 Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Samples of SCP-020 are stored in a series of sealed cultivation chambers inside a sealed containment room at Biological Research Area 12, which is accessible only via airlock. Nutrients are administered via automated robotic systems, as the cultivation chamber must remain sealed at all times. Hermetically sealed video surveillance cameras are installed within the containment room and must be checked daily for integrity. Any personnel entering the containment room must wear Biosafety Level 5 equipment, including rebreathers, and undergo full antifungal disinfection upon exiting. Description: SCP-020 is a fast-spreading fungal organism that is capable of affecting the senses and behavior of living creatures, including humans. Samples of 020 exhibit an unknown effect that renders them effectively invisible to direct observation, even when under a microscope. 020 is only visible to humans when viewed through photographs or video surveillance. Once 020 forms a colony, usually within a human residence, it will produce spores that affect the behavior of humans around it. Affected subjects will increase the heat and humidity within their homes to create an environment more suitable to the growth of 020. Affected subjects also become more sociable in many cases and often invite acquaintances to their homes to further spread the organism. As the spores and mold colonies are visible to affected subjects, the mold may sometimes grow directly on living subjects. As the spores and colonies within a home approach critical concentration, the health of affected human subjects will rapidly deteriorate, resulting in death. Further spread of the mold may occur as the bodies of any deceased subjects are encountered by emergency responders and healthcare agents, as well as transportation of the bodies to local morgues. 020 was first encountered in Redacted, where an undercover SCP agent noted dramatic personality changes in personnel working at the local hospital. On investigation by a containment team, it was discovered that almost redacted civilians had been affected, as well as a majority of the town. The civilian population was terminated and the town incinerated under cover of a local flash forest fire. To date, over 12 outbreaks of 020 have been reported. Investigations are currently underway to determine the source of these outbreaks and possible preventive measures. Addendum 020-01. Excerpts from the audio/video mission recorders of Mobile Task Force Eta 10 See No Evil during the initial containment of 020 unredacted. Team 2 lead. Team 2, moving to the Red House. T2 com. Copy. UAV 1 is picking up at 1 heat signature. Team 2 in place. Ready to break. Expletive. T2-2. Door open. At this point, a civilian woman appeared in the doorway holding a kitchen knife. Video surveillance showed that nearly 2/3 of her face was covered by mold growths. Civilian woman. Well, hello there, gentlemen. Care to take a breath inside? On the ground, drop the weapon. Don't be silly. Come on in and stay a while. Stop where you are. Drop the weapon. We just want to have some guests. Please, come in. Drop the expletive weapon. At this point, the infected civilian noticed T2-4 carrying a private incendiary weapon and lunged forward at the team members with the knife. Civilian woman. Data expunged. Team. Open fire! Open fire! Gunfire, screaming. And that's it of the anomaly. So basically, it's already a pretty fucked SCP. Now let's see the first thumbnail. Yep. Naked woman? Yep. Well, that was easy. It's an easy 4. Of course they would use a naked woman in a thumbnail. We don't really have much characters in here. We got Team 2 lead, Team 2 com, T2-2, and civilian woman. And it looks like they got the license. Alright. Let's get this over with.
Don't you love me still? Don't you miss me?
The woman approached her husband, arms outstretched, as he slowly stepped away. The man's arms extended, keeping the woman at a distance.
Come on, Henry. Don't pretend to be shy now.
What the fuck?
Her skin was infested with some sort of fungal growth. Half of her face was already covered with it. Are you okay? You seem different.
I'm the same as always. Now come here and give me a kiss.
She leaned in. Already, the fungus was spreading to him. Is that all we have to go on? Yeah. We received the footage yesterday. Looks to be highly contagious. Some sort of anomalous fungal outbreak. I'm assuming the infection has already spread, but if we act fast enough, we should be able to contain it. Shouldn't be too hard to spot, eh? Welcome back. Today I bring you SCP-020, Unseen Mold.
Yeah.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. Kloss slid the case files across the Chen. It seemed simple enough, as far as SCPs went. Fungal growth, highly contagious. Final outcome for the victims, as yet, unknown. They'd be on the ground soon enough. Kloss looked out the window. He needed a vacation. They approached the house, Full hazmat suits were the order of the day. As they reached the front door, it started to open. Chen signaled to halt. The door opened. It was the lady from the surveillance footage. But she didn't appear infected.
Hi, can I help you? Would you like to come inside? I've just made a fresh batch of muffins and some delightful iced tea.
Chen looked at Klaus with a quizzical look on his face. What was going on? There was no sign of infection on the woman anymore. We'd love to. Thank you. As they walked through the door, Klaus whispered to Chen. She didn't even question the hazmat suits. Keep your wits about you. Something's not right. As they entered the living room, they saw her husband sitting in a chair, reading a book. As they approached, he set the book down. Welcome, welcome. It's always nice to have unexpected visitors. Please, take a seat. Won't you take off those suits? They look mighty warm. Thank you, but if you don't mind, we'll keep them on for the time being. The man frowned briefly, but smiled again as his wife came back into the room.
Well now, how will you try my tea unless you take off those silly helmets?
We appreciate the offer, but we'll have to decline. Can I ask you a few questions? The woman's demeanor changed abruptly.
The way I was brought up, it's considered rude to keep a hat on in someone else's house. Take it off.
Klaus looked at Chen. We do apologize, madam, but we're not at liberty to remove them. Could we ask you those questions now? The husband and wife looked at each other, then back at Klaus and Chen, and started to slowly move towards them. Chen drew his weapon. Step back. You get one warning with me, and you've just had it. They continued to approach, slowly.
Okay.
Chen raised his weapon and fired a shot straight into the woman's arm. It exploded, and a burst of cloud erupted into the air. Klaus yelled out at Chen. They're still infected. Get out. We'll seal the house. The two men ran out from the house, the other agents awaiting them. Seal it up. No one in, no one out, unless you hear otherwise from me. Chen and Klaus pored over the available information, trying to figure out what had happened. After the initial incident, they had sent men in to retrieve the wife's body.
Honestly, not bad so
The husband had
far.
been quarantined and confined for the time being. Klaus looked over the body. Very strange. I can't see any clear signs of the infection. However, some of the blood work has come back with strange results. Strange? That doesn't say a whole lot to me, Doc. Strange is what we do. Well, signs of spores and mold. It appears she is still infected, but why it's not visible anymore? I'm not sure. Klaus worked on through the night. Chen passed out on a table next to him. The PA system came to life.
Sir, there's a person here who'd like to talk to you.
Be right there. Chen woke up. You need me? Nah. Stay here and keep an eye on things. I'll see what she wants. Chen walked
Okay.
towards the CCTV system and sat down. He reached over to pour himself a cup of coffee. On the monitor, Klaus could be seen standing just outside the tent's doors, seemingly gesticulating for a woman in the distance to come closer. As she approached and came into focus, Chen saw her skin was covered in fungal growth. She was heavily infected. Chen hit the PA button. Klaus, get away! She's infected! Klaus looked back up at the camera with a confused expression. She's fine. What are you talking about? Chen looked from Klaus to the woman. What was going on? Then it clicked. The camera. He yelled through the intercom. Step back! I'm on my way! He ran forward as Klaus came back into the tent. What are you going on about? The cameras! The fungus is
So
invisible
far, not so
except for
bad.
the cameras. Klaus's eyes widened. He turned to look back. The lady was at the tent door now.
Come on, sweetie, open up. It's rude to leave a visitor outside.
Just behind the woman, the townsfolk started to step out of the shadows. Chen looked up at the surveillance monitor. Samples of SCP-020 are stored in a series of sealed cultivation chambers inside a sealed containment room at Biological Research Area 12, which is accessible only via airlock. Nutrients are administered via automated robotic systems, as the cultivation chamber must remain sealed at all times.
So far,
Hermetically
not
sealed
bad.
video surveillance cameras are installed within the containment room and must be checked daily for integrity. Any personnel entering
Oh
the
my god.
containment room must wear biosafety level 5 equipment, including rebreathers, and undergo full antifungal disinfection upon exiting. SCP-020 is a fast-spreading fungal organism that is capable of affecting the senses and behavior of living creatures, including humans. Samples of SCP-020 exhibit an unknown effect that renders them effectively invisible to direct observation, even when under a microscope. SCP-020 is only visible to humans when viewed through photographic or video surveillance. Once SCP-020 forms a colony, usually within a human residence, it will produce spores that affect the behavior of humans around it. Affected subjects will increase the heat and humidity within their homes to create an environment more suitable to the growth of SCP-020. Affected subjects also become more sociable in many cases and often invite acquaintances to their homes to further spread the organism. As the spores and mold colonies are invisible to the affected subjects, the mold may sometimes grow directly on living subjects. As the spores and colonies within a home approach critical concentration, the health of affected human subjects will rapidly deteriorate, resulting in death. Further spread of the mold may occur as the bodies of any deceased subjects are encountered by emergency responders and healthcare agents, as well as transportation of the bodies to local morgues. SCP-020 was first encountered in where an undercover SCP agent noted dramatic personality changes in personnel working at the local hospital. Upon investigation by the containment team, it was discovered that almost civilians had been infected, as well as the majority of the town. The civilian population was terminated, and the town incinerated under cover of a local flash forest fire.
Yes, correct.
Over 12 outbreaks of SCP-020 have been reported. Investigations are currently underway to determine the source of these outbreaks and possible preventive measures. The next time you see some black mold or a growth in a dark, warm corner of your house, be sure to have it taken care of immediately.
You never know what the long-term effects might be.
As always, have a care and remember to subscribe, like, and share, if you would. Until next time, farewell.
Holy fucking shit. Okay. I'm trying to see. I don't. I think because of how short the article is, they kept everything except for Mobile Task Force 8 of 10. They were removed. Which is actually rather good. I will have to give a 3 for removal of characters, because they got rid of all the MTF. They got the civilian, but they got rid of all the MTF. Added blood or gore? I mean, not added gore or violence. I mean, no, not really. Not really. I didn't see any added violence, really. Or gore. Well, hold on. They did show the shooting of the arm, which didn't happen in the article. I mean, the apprentice lunch forward. Thanks so much. There's gunfire and screaming, but nah, I guess I'll go with 0 for that. Not really added any gore or violence. Give me the 2 from deviate from the plot of the article. Because they basically kept adding women with ASMR voice coming out of nowhere. Like, the first civilian was fine, but then they added more civilian women as well as the boob D class. Like, boob D class. So there was that. Only a minute video? No, that's a 0. This is honestly probably gonna be the best score we're gonna get. Plus 10 equals 5. Yep, 55%. Honestly, not that bad. It wasn't that bad. Then again, it was a very short fucking anomaly. Compared to this. Did I don't know why that got closed. Alright. Alright. So next anomaly. It's none other than SCP-2784, aka My Friends Have Made a Net. Item SCP-2784. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2784 instances have been discreetly monitored at all times. The 2784 containment team is to administer amnestics to civilians that become distressed by 2784 instances. Foundation-approved psychological counselors must be available in case of 2784 instance realizes that it is experiencing a hallucination and becomes distressed. The house containing the entrance to 2784-A is owned by the Foundation and must be occupied by at least one Foundation agent at all times. All rooms of the house must be prepared with discrete monitoring devices. 2784 instances are permitted to enter the house and are to be recorded for the duration of their stay. Civilians must be prevented from entering the house. (2784) designates a group of 12 adult humans, all aged between 32 and 50, living in Redacted, who experience shared hallucinations of an adult male human they refer to as Andrew Redacted. 2784 instances experience these hallucinations only when alone or in the presence of other 2784 instances, claiming that Andrew is reclusive and shy. All 2784 instances behave as if the entity is physically present during hallucinations and are unwilling or unable to discuss them in detail except with other 2784 instances. Research indicates that Andrew Redacted was born in 1980 and lived at Redacted Road. Redacted. No official record of him exists after 2005, when he would have been 25 years old. 2784-A is an extra universal space containing the mummified corpse of an adult human male. The corpse is approximately 25 years old at the time of death by unknown cause and wearing casual clothes common to the area around Redacted circa 2005. The space is a shaft 9 meters long and 7 meters wide, with a height of 3,000 meters, terminating at the bottom in a pool of water that extends for an unknown depth. The walls of the space consist of limestone. The corpse is suspended inside -A by 14 strands of string displaying anomalous tensile strength that anchor into the walls and wrap around the corpse. So far, no method has been found that is able to cut these strands or work the corpse free. The entrance to SCP-2784-A is located in the first floor bedroom of the suburban house at Redacted Road, Redacted, where the north and west walls meet the ceiling. Anything approaching this corner of the room is transported into 2784-A. 2784 was brought to the Foundation's attention when the entrance to 2784-A was discovered by Mr. and Mrs. Redacted, a couple who had recently moved into the house at Redacted Road, Redacted. The couple was administered amnestics, and the Foundation took ownership of the residence. In interviews prior to investigation, the couple indicated that they were repeatedly questioned by 2784 instances about Andrew Redacted, who was implied to be a current resident of the house. 2784-1, Foundation was able to contact the couple, officially listed as Andrew Redacted's parents, who moved away in 2005. They indicated that they considered Andrew Redacted to still be living and Redacted, and claimed to have spoken to him recently, but could not remember what the conversation was about. They have been designated as 2784 instances, bringing the total number up to 14. A DNA test performed on the corpse inside 2784-A reveals that it is likely Andrew Redacted. Addendum 2784-2. A collection of origami sculptures was recovered from the house containing 2784-A, including an origami box that unfolded into two pieces of paper containing handwritten notes. Handwriting matches that of Andrew Redacted. Notably, the origami box was smaller than the dimensions of the two pieces of paper should physically allow for. Other origami structures recovered from the house show similar anomalies. Document 2784-1. Plan. Use that one corner in the bedroom. It's just like folding paper. Remember, just like folding paper. Messing with people's heads is trickier, but you can't do it. It's for the best. Don't make them worry about you. Make sure they won't miss you. Unfold it, go inside, set it up. Important. Remember to pull the hole in after you. Document 2784-2. Mom. 1. Mom. 2. Dad. 3. Ken. 4. Stacy. 5. Molly. 6. Other Andy. 7. Isaac. 8. Alex. 9. Carol. 10. Lily. 11. Luke. 12. Irene. 13. Sandy. 14. Izzy. Now, the first names in document 2784-2 correspond with the names known 2784 instances. Interview 2784-3. Interviewed 2784-10. Interviewer Dr. Redacted. Forward. Interview conducted with 2784-10, who agreed to discuss their perceptions of Andrew Redacted. Begin log. Dr. Redacted. Before we begin, you should note that I may have some things that will disturb you. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm alright with that. Oh wait, SCP-2784-10. Yeah, I'm alright with that. Good. Now why did you ask Mr. and Mrs. Redacted all those questions? Well, I mean, I didn't realize Andy was renting the place out. I mean, people start showing up at your friend's place with no warning. You're gonna be curious, right? I see. Now, when would you say you started seeing Andrew Redacted? SCP-2784-10 laughs. What do you mean when we started seeing him? My family moved here when I was, 5? We lived across the street from him. I've seen him ever since. What can you tell me about Andrew? Well, it's kind of funny, you know? The thing that really sticks out about him is how lucky he is, right? Like, any of the board games they play, dice and cards, if Andy really wants to win, he does. I mean, not all the time, of course, but I don't think he ever lost anything high stakes. Other than that, he's a cool guy. Pretty nice. I don't think he had any real problems with anyone. Con. Con. Oh, and one other neat thing Andy does is he's into origami, right? Making things out of paper. He's really good at it. Makes some really crazy stuff. Like stuff we can never figure out how he does it. We ask it, and he just smirks and won't say. But not in a malicious way, you know? It's just Andy being Andy.
Thank you. Can you recall the details of your last conversation with him?
Yeah, it was, we were talking about this. Oh, Andy does a thing with string. That's another thing he does, like origami, yeah? He's always making these weird knots that no one can figure out. He must have been showing me another one of those, something like that. SCP-2784-10 laughs.
I see. Have you noticed any significant change in his behavior at all?
Well, a while back when we were teenagers, he got kind of withdrawn and a little shy, I think. He's got better when we grew up and his parents moved away. Though, he's still a little shy, I guess. Like how he doesn't want to be around new people. I mean, as far as I know, he just hangs out with the people he knew in high school.
Do you know what could have caused the change in his personality?
No, I don't. I mean, it's not really important, is it? He still seems happy these days. End log. Closing statement. SCP-2784-10 believes that Andrew Redacted, they hallucinate to be Andrew Redacted. They knew before he died. All 2784 instances display a similar belief. Interview revealed no cause for concern and no updates to containment procedures are needed at this time. Alright. Okay, I didn't see any of these thumbnails before it started. I just instantly clicked the video, so I'm seeing these for the first time as well. The anomaly is harmless. Why did they make it look like you would die if you go towards them? Four. Alright. Alright. Let's play this video. See if it's actually as good as 020.
Klaus looked up at the body, suspended in the middle of the shaft. The clothes looked average,
What
even
the fuck?
modern, but the body was desiccated and shriveled. It was mummified. Wound about its appendages and body were strings, suspending it in midair. From its back were more strings, embedded in the flesh and attached to the walls of the shaft. Altogether, 14 of them. The shaft itself was just as eerie, narrow and short, but cavernously deep. It must have been a few thousand meters deep, and at the bottom was a pool of water of unknown depth.
Okay, so I guess...
Klaus guessed it was probably incredibly deep. A hand came through the vortex surrounding Klaus's head and pulled him back.
Okay, so they're talking about the
Shen
mummy
had a hold
in
of
the
him now,
shaft,
as they stood
okay.
upon the ladder in the bedroom corner. What was it? What did you see? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me. Mummified corpse, hanging by wires or strings in a narrow but massively tall chamber of sorts, with water at the bottom. Chen looked Klaus right in the eye. Right. I guess the drinks are on me then. Damn right they are. Welcome back.
What the fuck?
Today I bring you SCP-2784. My friends have made a net. Don't forget to like and subscribe. The 12 men and women sat in the living room, awaiting Klaus and Chen's return. As they approached, they grew quiet and looked at the two men. So, where's Andrew? The group looked at each other, nobody volunteering to speak up. One woman finally spoke.
You just missed him. Like, literally. He just went out when you came back down.
Klaus looked back at the lady. How's that possible? Every time we leave you lot alone in here, you claim Andrew
Robin.
showed up, and when we get back, he just left.
Also,
I don't know what to tell.
they said 12. But if we just go back here... And... Where was it? The article did say... Oh yeah, it just says right down here. 14! Not 12. There's 14 people.
Tell you, but it's true.
Klaus looked at Chen. We're spinning our wheels here. I think it's time to talk to Pythia. Do we have to? She creeps me out. They entered the containment cell. It was in one of the oldest and least known sections of the Foundation.
What the fuck?
Behind the glass floated the anomaly.
My name is Pythia of Delphi. Come forth and ask your questions.
This isn't in the article.
Beware. The answers you receive may not be the answers you seek.
Chen leaned towards Klaus. Every time. Every single time. We know who you are. She glared back at Chen, eyes ablaze, and hissed. Pythia, we're on a case, SCP-2874. Mummified corpse. 12 people who hallucinate seeing this
14.
Andrew, but he disappears each time we enter the room. Thoughts?
You seek answers when you should be seeking numbers.
Great. Thanks. Helpful as always. Her color grew violent.
The numbers will give you the answers. Foolish child of Qing Shi Huang.
Did you just insult me with the Chinese emperor? Thank you, Pythia. Klaus walked Chen.
Can I bring racism in these videos?
Out of the room. So why are we visiting this old couple? The current owners of that house, the ones we amnesticized, they gave us the names of the previous owners. And they have a son named Andrew. Chen's eyes widened as he nodded.
Andrew? He's fine. Why, he's living in our old house still. In fact, I just spoke to him a few days ago. But I can't recall what about.
Are you absolutely sure about that? When was the last time you saw your son?
When was it?
She's really a god.
That is
that
odd.
a fake deer in her
I can't
box?
seem to recall exactly.
Robin, that anomaly was not even mentioned in the article. I don't even know what anomaly that is. Yeah, it doesn't even say anywhere in here about another anomaly. So you just threw in a random SCP and it's not even supposed to be there. This is why we hate content farms.
Klaus nodded and signaled to Chen it was time to go. Thank you for your time.
In fact,
14.
this never happened either.
14. Yes, 14. 14. You have no idea what 14 is. Not a clue.
Did they say that number? Okay, so we're at 425. Let's go back real quick.
Told you. Try me. Mummified corpse, hanging by one massively tall chamber of sorts, with water at the bottom. Chen looked Klaus right in the eye. Right. I guess the drinks are on me then. Damn right they are.
Alright, we're gonna go back.
Welcome back. Today I bring you SCP. The 12 men and women sat. As they approached, they grew quiet. The woman finally spoke.
When you came back down.
Klaus looked back at the lady. How's that possible? Klaus looked at Chen. We're spinning our wheels here. I think it's time to talk to Pythia. Do we have to?
They say
She
Pythia.
creeps me out. They entered the containment cell. It was in one of the oldest and least known sections of the Foundation. Behind the glass floated the anomaly.
My name is Pythia of Delphi. Come forth and ask your questions of me. But beware. The answers you receive may not be the answers you seek.
Yeah, that's great and all, but they don't say the name of the anomaly nor report it in the description. Which you're supposed to do. Like,
know who you are.
Pythia is an SP.
She glared back at
Yeah,
Chen,
I know,
eyes
but they don't
ablaze.
say the number
Pythia,
or put
we're on
it.
a clue.
Or put it down here like this is. This video is part of this anomaly. You have to do that in a video. They didn't do it.
Number? Exactly. Fantastic. What did Pythia tell us? Seek the numbers. 14. The corpse. 14 strings. The hallucinating friends. 14. Wait. No. You're wrong there. There was only 12 friends. And 2 parents. 14 people. 14 strings.
Okay, so they went from 12 to 14. Okay, they can't stick to one thing, and it's hurting me.
They sat down in the living room once again with the group of 12. As they spoke with them, the group revealed more information about the hallucinations of Andrew. Like his parents, they still believed him to be living in the house, though none could recall any specific details. Most had known Andrew from a young child and expressed how he had always been shy and reserved. He didn't make friends easily, and the 12 in the room were probably his closest. He liked to do magic tricks, things that they could never fully understand. He was able to fold origami into impossible shapes. When they had asked him how he did it, he would just laugh and shrug his shoulders. As a teenager, he showed them new tricks, tricks that involved pieces of string. He could control them and make them move as if it were magic. It was around this time that he became more withdrawn and seemed to be somewhat depressed. But this phase soon passed, around the same time they started to realize something had changed. They searched the bedroom, hoping to find a clue or something they had missed the first time around. We need to search the pool, in that anomalous corridor. I think I can get down there. Hold up, Doc. This is my field. You wait here. I'll handle it. They lowered Chen down into the water. It was dark. There didn't appear to be anything of note. It was impossibly large and deep, but in the distance something glinted. Chen moved towards the glinting object. It was an origami box. Klaus opened the box. Within was a piece of paper too large to have fitted inside that box. It
Yes,
was
that's
definitely
correct.
anomalous. There were instructions reading. The plan. Use that one corner in the bedroom. It's just like folding paper. Remember, just like folding paper. Messing with people's heads is trickier, but you can do it. It's for the best. Don't make them worry about you. Make sure they won't miss you. 14 strings for 14 memories. Make sure they won't miss you. Unfold it, go inside, set it up. We'll see them again in another life. Important. Remember to pull the hole in after you. SCP-2784 instances are to be discreetly monitored at all times. The SCP-2784 containment team is to administer amnestics to civilians who become distressed by SCP-2784 instances.
Why did I make that look
Foundation-approved
sexual?
psychological counselors must be available in case an SCP-2784
Okay.
instance realizes that it is experiencing a hallucination and becomes distressed. The house containing the entrance to SCP-2784-A is owned by the Foundation and must be occupied by at least one Foundation agent at all times. All rooms of the house must be prepared with discrete monitoring devices. SCP-2784 instances are permitted to enter the house and are to be recorded for the duration of their stay. Civilians must be prevented from entering the house.
Why?
SCP-2784
What?
designate
Why are they wearing shit from Squid Game? Oh my god. Okay.
12 adult humans, all aged between 30 and 50, living in who experience shared hallucinations of an adult male human they refer to as Andrew. SCP-2784 instances experience these hallucinations only when alone or in the presence of other
Messing shit up.
SCP-2784
Yes, they
instances,
are.
claiming that Andrew is reclusive and shy. All SCP-2784 instances behave
And
as
why
if
are
the
you
entity
here?
is physically present during hallucinations and are unwilling or unable to discuss them in detail except with other SCP-2784 instances. Research indicates that Andrew was born in 1980 and lived at Road. No official record of
hold on. Did it actually mention when he was born? Like, anywhere at all? They say approximately 20... of course, it's approximately 25 years old, time of death. Around this type of era. I don't think it says anything about... No official record of exists after 2005, and he would have been 25 years old. Wait a minute. Birthday 1980. No official record of him exists after 2005. That's true. Okay. Okay, SNTM mentions his name. I did it. Damn, fuck. And that's all I could find. Yeah, probably because that anomaly they use doesn't even connect to this anomaly. Then, when he would have been 25 years old. Okay. Yeah, it shows nowhere in here about when he was fucking born. So they just pulled that out of their ass.
Of him exists after 2005, when he would have been 25 years old. SCP-2784-A is an extra-universal space containing the mummified corpse of an adult human male.
That's correct.
The corpse was approximately 25 years old at the time of death by unknown cause, and wearing casual clothes common to the area around circa 2005. The space is a shaft, 9 meters long by 7 meters wide, with a height of 3,000 meters, terminating at the bottom in a pool of water that extends for an unknown depth. The walls of the space consist of limestone. The corpse is suspended inside SCP-2784-A by 14 strands of string displaying anomalous tensile strength that anchor into the walls and wrap around the corpse. So far, no method has been found that is able to cut these strands or work the corpse free. The entrance to SCP-2784-A is located in a first-floor bedroom of the suburban house at Road. Where the north and west walls meet the ceiling, anything approaching this corner of the room is transported into SCP-2784-A. SCP-2784 was brought to the Foundation's attention when the entrance to SCP-2784-A was discovered by Mr. and Mrs. a couple who had recently moved into
Why are they making this look sexual? Like she's thinking sexual thoughts. Why? Wait, hold on. Where are you? Born in 1980, but grew up to SCP activity later in 2006. Yeah, cause let's see. Let's go back and look. Oh wait, Andrew was born in 1980. Okay, so it does conclude that. I didn't see that. Unredacted. No official records exists after 2005. Okay. Animal girl always giving away sexual eyes. Oh my god. I didn't see that at first. That's my bad on my part.
house at Road. The couple was administered amnestics, and the Foundation took ownership of the residence. In interviews, prior to amnesticization, the couple indicated that they were repeatedly questioned by SCP-2784 instances about Andrew, who was implied to be the current resident of the house. We all experience dark thoughts and depression throughout life, but suicide isn't the answer.
There's always someone waiting to help you and show you that your life is worthwhile. Isn't that right, Lucius? Oh, right. Terribly sorry. Professor Lucius. You upstarts in your titles, but I'll let it slide.
They just wanted a sexual part in the video. What the fuck is this right here? There's no Garten of Banban SCP. God fucking damn it. Removal of characters / license. I'm going to say that's a bit iffy. Because these two are the only one mentioned named. But these weren't named. It's a bit iffy on that. Mm. It's iffy. Hmm. I don't know. Hmm. I'm only going to give it a 2 because they didn't state the names. That's the only reason I'm actually giving that a score. Added gore or violence. Again, they didn't add any violence. Thank fuck. Deviates from part of the article. 4. They included random bullshit of the fucking thing. just threw that fucker. That doesn't even belong in the anomaly. Only minute is 0. So 20 is 4. It's 50. So it got a 50%. Again, which is not bad. Alright. The next anomaly is SCP-378, aka the Brainworms. But before I do, I gotta go get the doggo. So I'll be right back. And I am back. Alright. SCP-378, aka Brainworms. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. Following the implementation of the Kraken Protocol on June 27, 1963, containment procedures for SCP-378 have been updated. Personnel assigned to SCP-378 project are to review its updated documentation as soon as possible. Claudia Southey, Director, Risa. Item SCP-378, Object Class Thumile. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-378 is to be contained in a subterranean entity containment terrarium. Temperature and humidity are to be maintained at levels optimal for the growth and habitation of Heterodermia king-crow, aka the Utica cave lichen, and Prenolepis everettman, aka the North American cave ant. Twice per year, SCP-378 is to undergo medical and psychological examination. Access to 378's containment terrarium is separated from the surrounding facility by a decontamination chamber. Handling personnel are required to wear full body protection and must be screened for -A prior to exiting decontamination. Infected personnel are to be terminated unless the position of -1 or -3 is vacant.
Right?
Oh, hey. Oh, god damn it, I was muting Discord.
Yes, you were.
Yeah, we're doing the brainworms.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Were they able to hear you through the whole thing? Because
On stream they were able to
only
hear me, but I forgot to unmute in Discord.
well, yeah, I'm only asking because before I joined Discord, I had Twitch up, and like a few seconds before I joined Discord, I had the sound on in Twitch, and it had the like starting soon thing. I
That's
mean, now I see you, but
yeah, that was weird. That's weird. But anyways, they actually, Jerry, they actually did SCP-020, the unseen mold, really well. I'm gonna show you in VC chat. The only major problem was the thumbnail
wait, which one?
for 020, the unseen mold. It's the only reason it got a lower percentage than it would have if they used a regular thumbnail. As you can see,
You're on SC.
this is a different SCP than the one we're doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you can see in the thumbnail, it's bad, but the video actually wasn't that bad. They probably only did
That's
well because the article is really short.
so they went to a short article and left it alone. Huh.
Yes. Yeah. Anyways, I guess I'll go through it again. Since you weren't here. Alright. Hey. Item SCP-378. Object Class Thumile. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-378 is to be contained in a subterranean entity containment terrarium. Temperature and humidity are to be maintained at levels optimal for the growth and habitation of Heterodermia cane crow, aka the Utica cave lichen, and Prenolepis everetman, aka the North American cave ant. Twice per year, SCP-378 is to undergo a medical and psychological examination. Access to 378's containment terrarium is separated from the surrounding facility by a decontamination chamber. Handling personnel are required to wear full body protection and must be screened for -A prior to exiting decontamination. Affected personnel are to be terminated unless the position of -1 or -3 is vacant, in which case they are to be assigned to the relevant position instead. As of the adoption of the Kraken Protocol, SCP-378's containment is focused on maintaining its three primary containment components. SCP-378-1 is housed in the Area 19 barracks. -1 is employed as a maintenance technician with a security clearance of 0/A19. Upon the death of the current -1 brain dead or comatose, reserve personnel may be elected to replace it. As -1 is the primary means of communication with 378, care must be maintained to keep -1's vocal functions in working order. SCP-378-2 currently takes the form of David Lockheed, a 36-year-old Caucasian male in the employ of the American Supernatural Containment Initiative as a clerical aide. To maintain the continued operations of the SCP Foundation in the United States, -2 has been tasked with sabotaging ASCI operations against the Foundation, as well as collecting information in the Foundation's interest. -2 is expected to follow a strict health and exercise regimen due to the inherent difficulty in replacing it. SCP-378-3 currently takes the form of Lisa Martin, a 33-year-old Mexican-American female employee at the Spicy Crust Pizza in Staten Island. In the event of -3's death, it must be replaced as soon as possible. Each component is fitted with a tracking device and an audio recorder. Each week, embedded agents stationed near each component are to evaluate the health and integrity of each component and its associated surveillance equipment. The utilization of -A and further infiltration is pending Foundation Overwatch approval. Description: SCP-378 is an arthropod superficially resembling a deformed larval instance of Scoliopendra gigantea, aka the Amazonian giant centipede. 378's legs are largely vestigial, primarily meant to assist in peristaltic locomotion. 378
What the hell
measures...
is peristaltic locomotion?
Huh?
What is peristaltic locomotion?
I don't know. It doesn't state what it is.
I'm looking it up.
I guess I'll keep going.
Oh, it's
Huh?
in the involuntary wave-like contraction and relaxation of muscles in the digestive tract that moves food through the body.
Oh. Neat. Anyways, SCP-378 measures 3 meters from the mouth to anus, with a bodily thickness of 1 meter and a weight of 233 kilograms. Under normal conditions, SCP-378 is an...
There's a second definition that is less creepy.
Ah.
A common locomotive pattern in elongated, soft-bodied invertebrates.
Ah. That makes more sense. Yeah, SCP-378 is an omnivore, with a diet consisting primarily of lichen and insects. 378 is capable of asexual reproduction at will, producing instances of -A from its anus. Instances of -A resemble adult Scoliopendria gigantea. Dissection suggests this resemblance is superficial, as -A lack expected organ systems beyond a primitive neural network. Instances of -A are controlled remotely by 378. -A are obligate endoparasites infecting advanced primates such as humans, Homo ignatus. Footnote is data expunged, okay. And Gigantopithecus sapiens, aka the common Sasquatch. Upon infection, 378-A integrates itself with its host nervous system through poorly understood means, inducing brain death and extending 378's remote control to the host itself. Vital functions and sensory input remain unaffected. Wait a minute, does that mean it implies that it would infect SCP-1000? Oh wait.
Not.
Oh wait, never mind. I'll keep reading. Upon infecting a suitable host, 378 will attempt to reintegrate its host into their respective species' social sphere. Once integrated, 378 directs its host to indefinitely engage in the behaviors typical for its species, such as communal labor and social recreation. Human hosts prefer environments with a high population density and a robust entertainment scene. The upper limit of active hosts 378 can maintain at one time is unknown. Upon initial interrogation, 378 confessed to the existence of 26 human hosts, as well as 2 instances of Elulata pigra, aka the Guatemalan Black Howler, and 3 instances of SCP-1000.
Oh, you just talked about that.
Yeah. Of which it noted had been acquired during a period of heavy intoxication. Addendum 178-264B. A psychological evaluation of 378, conducted by Dr. Simon Glass. Tentatively designated Scoliopendra anomalia, 378 is unique among arthropods possessing either human levels of sapience or the ability to emulate hosts' intellectual faculties. In any case, 378 is self-aware and remarkably intelligent. 378's relationship to its host is complicated. While 378 maintains a consistent sense of identity across multiple hosts, each is treated as a persona for 378 to roleplay. Hosts rarely interact with 378 or fellow hosts, suggesting 378 primarily utilizes its anomalous abilities for entertainment. This is further suggested by 378's readiness to abandon such personas under duress. Hold on, what the fuck? I got an email about something. Oh shit, I got a Twitch paycheck.
Nice.
Sorry, I got sidetracked. I think that's my ADHD mind.
That's fine.
Yeah. Aside from integration into human social spheres, host behavior is largely unique to each instance. Extroversion is relatively common. Hosts rarely isolate themselves except to sleep or execute. SCP-378 appears to take equal enthusiasm in stressful versus pleasant situations. Of note, 378 is particularly attached to the identity of Lisa Martin, in contrast to other hosts. Lisa Martin's weekly routine is relatively static. From 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on all days except Saturday, Miss Martin will show up to work at the nearest pizzeria from the former location of Natonio's Pies, regardless of employment status or scheduled hours. From 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. on all days except Saturday, Miss Martin will engage in the maintenance of one of the 17 rooftop gardens across the city of New York. Of these, 13 are maintained by a cooperative, 12 of which Martin is not a part of. From 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. On Saturdays, Miss Martin alternates between socializing with a collection of friends, coworkers, and lovers, and playing piano for various high-end bars. From 11 p.m. to 12 a.m., Miss Martin will shower and prepare for bed. Miss Martin will sleep from 12 a.m. to 7 a.m. when she will wake up and prepare for the next cycle. In the event of Miss Martin's death, 378 will direct another host to assume her identity. Attempts to interrupt Miss Martin's routine have been unilaterally met with unusual levels of hostility from 378 and its host. From D. Hayden at SCIP.net. Did you say something, Jerry?
Oh, I was just thinking.
Okay. Assistant Director Daniela Hayden, classification level Ryza -4, employee number 134, to Der 19 underscore K Feinstein at SCIP.net. Director Kelsey Feinstein, classification level XK-4, employee number 87. Identifying current host. Date April 27th, 1963. Director Feinstein. Miss Song and Dr. Glass's work have revealed quite a bit about 378. Most importantly, I do not believe it understands the significance of social dynamics, especially in regards to hierarchy and social capital. Several of 378's identities held surprising positions of power. Indeed, two of them, David Lockheed and Alfonso Leos, who are beyond reach of the Foundation's current capacity to contain. Despite this, 378 has shown a willingness to sacrifice such hosts in order to defend, replace, or otherwise maintain Lisa Martin. Odd, yes, but useful enough. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to Miss Martin and her friends, were it not? 378 is sapient, but it by no means understands the significance of its actions. With a little bit of persuasion, David Lockheed might yet ascend from petty paper pusher for the ASCI right where the Foundation most needs a puppet. And if I'm not mistaken, Spicy Crust Pizza could always do with a second franchise. Proposal: employing 378's anomalous abilities to defend Foundation operations in the United States. Council vote summary. On the yay side, 0501, 0503, 0504, 0506, 0507, 0508, 0510, 0512, 0513. On nay, 052, 055, 059, and abstain, 0511. Status approved. Proposal accepted. The Kraken protocol has been initiated. From S-Song1 at SCIP.net, Senior Researcher Sang Hong Song, classification level Gamma U-3, employee number 148, to Der 19 underscore K Feinstein at SCIP.net, Director Kelsey Feinstein, classification level XK-4, employee number 87. Delays in the Gamma U-2677 project. Date July 21st, 1965. So, good news and bad news, Director. Good news, as I'm assuming you already heard, with the plans for construction of Site 56, all thanks to a certain Mr. Lockheed, our Kraken protocols getting a much-needed expansion. With its relative proximity to both the Lily of the Valley Nexus and the Pacific Northwest. It's a perfect opportunity to expand the scope of SB-1000's containment while ensuring ASCI doesn't suck LOTV dry before we get to it. For all of its oddities, SCP-378 appears to be delighted in the prospect of a change in scenery. I can't imagine a tropical centipede grub likes having a sphere of influence limited to New England of all places. But that's beside the point. Its -A was compliant enough on the way there. Which leads me to the bad news. Rupert Tremont's a fun little guy, agent of the FBI unofficial Unusual Incidents Unit. And all too stupid to trust Agent Ryan's with his drink while he went to the restroom. After that, it's a matter of transport back to the provisional Area 56 and Black Rock and a centipede down the gullet. Problem comes up when 378 tells us it can't establish a connection. Now Tremont's still alive, so that's not normal. We run a number of tests, try to figure out what went wrong. And that's when we see a different centipede in his head, where our centipede usually goes. More to come, but I have a bad feeling about this. And that's it.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of characters this time.
Yes, they do. Even a second centipede we know nothing about whatsoever. Only that it was probably controlling that person's mind. But we don't know. Because it's not 378.
Yep, and let me just get the thumbnail so you can see it. There you go. We can already tell they're gonna make it aggressive.
Also, looking at what you've done so far, was I just in really bad luck every time I came? No, I was there for a few of the nicer ones. I wasn't there for the 50% or the 45. I was there
Yeah,
for a 25 and a 30, two 30s.
it was mainly the thumbnails and the gore and violence and it deviated from the plot that it got fucked up on.
I would say this is a 3.
Yeah,
It's a clickbait, but the centipede does go in the brain.
yeah. They're gonna make it
It doesn't
aggressive.
people's face. People aren't cutting it out of people's brains, but it does go up the head.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I meant to tell you something. You're gonna see something at the beginning of this video. I'm gonna. Alright, you ready, Jerry?
Yeah.
You see this. Caution, disturbing content ensuing. Consider yourself warned. They did not include this on the, I forget which number, but it was on the Beehive one.
You did the beehive?
Well, it was where the woman, it affects women mainly. That one. Yeah. And,
Yes, Queen Bee.
yeah, Queen Bee, and, yeah, they showed the scene. They censored it a bit, but they showed the scene where she attacks the guy and gets down dirty. They did that and they didn't have this. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, as someone who is a large fan of Queen Bee, I would not expect that to be on a child anything. I do
Yeah.
not consider Queen Bee to be a child appropriate SCP.
No.
What would you think? Yeah, there
No.
we go.
But these videos are meant for children. Anyways, let's get on.
Permission to terminate. Denied. Re-requesting. Permission to terminate. Denied. Permission to terminate. With the utmost importance. With the utmost importance? It's not dangerous. In fact, it's
What the
downright
fuck?
friendly. How would you have even the slightest clue that this thing is...
Sociable.
Both men turned to see
Oh
who...
my god.
Did they just add sex into it?
They've been doing that, Jerry.
spoken. Ah, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure, Dr. Kloss and James Chen.
Do we know each other?
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
No, you haven't. You call me First Lieutenant, or Chen. Only my mother gets to call me James.
Interesting. Just as you said, Dr. Claus. Very strong self-defense mechanisms in this one.
Can we help you with something? Do you need instructions how to find the storeroom? We're busy here. We don't need any assistance from you dealing with the Thaumiel class SCP. Oh, unless you seem to think you have some special insight? Jeez, Chen.
In fact, I do.
She stepped forward and opened her mouth. From within, a large centipede-like creature was
What?
visible.
That's not how it works.
Welcome back.
No, it
Today I
doesn't.
bring you SCP-378's Brainworm.
What
Don't
the
forget
fuck?
to like and subscribe, and click that notification bell. Klaus moved the organism around on the table, poking and prodding it. Could you stop? That's disgusting. Just a centipede. Yeah, a centipede that crawls into your head, eats your brain, and takes over your body under the orders of a fat worm in a cave. Larva. Klaus looked up at Chen. It's a larva, undeveloped and mutated, but a centipede-like larva. Fine. And you? You're what? Its translator?
I am it. We are one and the same.
She's part of a neural network controlled by SCP-378. Klaus looked at SCP-378-1. He had something similar stuck on the back of his neck not long ago. I had what now? Klaus winked at the woman. Rupert Tremont was the target, an agent of the FBI's unofficial
That's near the end of the
Unusual
article.
Incidents Unit. It was a potential threat to the Foundation. They needed someone on the inside,
I
and
have to
Agent
use the
Tremont was an
restroom.
easy target.
What was that?
I have to use the restroom.
You want me to wait for you?
Please. I'll be back as fast as possible.
Okay, yeah. We can go to intermission. Alright, Danger Noodles. Is there anyone in chat that I can speak with? Is there a bookworm? I'm assuming bookworm is not here. In which case, I want to go get a drink. And I am back. So how is everyone on this lovely day?
Okay. I'm back.
Oh, you're back?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Get an intermission. And 3, 2, 1.
A couple beers, and they'd have him. It wasn't like they hadn't done it before. SCP-378 had been discovered and taken into the Foundation's containment during the 60s, at the height of the Cold War. Its
What?
abilities to control humans
What?
made it the perfect spy. The two men approached each other in
What?
the bitter winter night.
What?
Seriously, why here? Right in the open and all, and in the dead of winter.
You Americans. Who would expect two top-level agents to meet in Red Square? Even in USSR, KGB tries to remain somewhat discreet.
Where did this come
Everyone
from?
knows it's us, but nobody knows it's us. Understand, comrade?
Yeah. Follow me. I'm freezing my toes off. They walked into the hangar. It was dark and smelled of cigarette smoke and diesel fumes. As the doors shut behind the two men, the lights flickered to life. There were SCP agents all around them, surrounding them on all sides.
What is this? You said it would be only the two of us. What is going on?
Relax, Ivan. The plan's still the same. They walked him over to a table in the middle
What
of the
the
hangar.
fuck is happening?
Inside a large vial
Pause that
was a creature.
briefly. Just so you know, I looked it up to see if there was anything to this. No results. So this is literally pulled out of their ass. There is no article about them being spies or anything. The SCP was never a brainworm spy.
Yeah.
Then again, it never really seemed like something they were interested in the first place. I think they just want to live.
Yeah. Guess let's keep going.
Resembling a centipede. You see? Nothing to worry about. Remember, you're the double agent here. We're just your friendly American handlers.
Da, fine. I still don't understand why so many agents. And this worm is bigger than you say. This will be difficult to smuggle into KGB headquarters. But I have the perfect person to put this little guy into.
Good. But I think you're right, Ivan. It is too big to smuggle in, and I have the perfect person too. The agents grabbed him and pinned him to the table.
I'm
The
just
last
going
thing
to
he saw.
comment. It's supposed to be 1 meter long, right?
Let's see, let's go back. -1. Let's see. Growth, habitation, blah, survivors, oh, wait. Oh, this is still special containment procedures. I'm an idiot. Let's see. -A, host and nervous system. Let's see. Instance from penis. Suggests the resemblance to fiction-like or systems from efforts. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to see where it says its size. Does it say where it's size anywhere?
Oh, it measures up to 3 meters from mouth
Oh, yeah.
to anus. Was a thickness of 1 meter. Oh wait, that's the main body.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Okay, that's
So these don't actually have it doesn't have a stated size. But I would assume it has the same size. Oh wait, they resemble an adult Sociolopendra gigantea. So
okay.
they're
Let me look those up.
Yeah.
I know gigantia doesn't mean it's over a meter long, because that looks over a meter long.
Yeah.
And how many centipedes are that big?
I don't think there are that many. Granted, I've actually held one that was almost 2 meters. Because they took a bunch of animals to a library to help kids understand animals and stuff, and I got to hold one. They named it Jerry. I forgot what species it was. I mean, I was
It
a
sounds
child.
like a very chill centipede.
Yeah.
Alright, so those are about 30 centimeters, which translates to 12 inches.
So a foot. That is way bigger than a foot.
And they don't look that thick either.
Yeah.
Would you like to see a picture?
Sure.
I think this is the best picture to show as an example because, well, we all know those things aren't
Oh.
exactly thick. It looks almost as thick as that foot stick thing. I forgot what the measuring stick. I know it has a word for it. My
Yeah.
brain is fried.
A ruler?
But either way, those things are not that tall and not that thick. We've all
Yeah.
seen those things.
Yeah.
So it looks thick in the picture, but that's because it's next to something that isn't thick either.
Yeah.
So they're not that thing should definitely not look that big or that thick.
Oh
Just
yeah.
like half the thickness and probably around half that size.
Oh yeah, Jiri. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it added like 2 new characters keep happening a lot, which is Chen and Klaus. You're gonna see them in every video.
Oh yeah, those characters are probably their way of inserting themselves into the SCP.
Yeah, so here's the thing. In the previous one, they took an SCP that wasn't even in the article, start asking it for information on the SCP that they're trying to do. And the SCP does a Chinese joke towards Chen. Yeah, and you also missed, I think it was the last SCP of the night yesterday. They also did a joke how it was like fish monsters from another reality was fishing people or something like that. I think that's how it went. And they they dropped him because they didn't want him. And he said that the monsters didn't want Chinese food. They did the Chinese joke twice.
Let's see what in my bag I have for this bullshit for my brain. Food? Can you get me water, or I'll get myself water? I just want at the minimum water.
You want me to continue?
Not spiked by chamoy.
What?
Not water spiked by chamoy.
The chamoy water. Oh, there is some.
You want me to continue?
Yeah.
Was that centipede? Ivan walked through the corridor, now completely brain dead and under the sole control of SCP-378. He nodded his head at the man who passed him in the hallway. He turned into a room on the side of the corridor. The placard by the door read. The agents waited in the hangar as the KGB agents, who they referred to as Ivan, came walking back in. On the table, he placed a few rolls of 35mm film containing top-secret information on the new Soviets.
What?
Good. Very good, comrade. There's more, yes? Get it. Get all of it.
Listen, so this face might be of the man you double-crossed. Do not forget who I actually am. We are on the same side. You will keep up your side of the bargains, yes?
Of course. Lisa Martin won't be harmed. Lisa was the leverage. SCP-378's Achilles tendon. For whatever reason, she was his favorite instance, and although it could always make another, it caused it great distress when one was lost.
What the
They tried
heck?
not to use her, but it was always in their back pocket. Their ace in the hole. Get Lisa Martin.
That's not what she
Don't
looks
you think
like.
you're jumping the gun here?
Yeah.
We haven't even asked the big old word whether
Why
it just
don't
do
we
it
look
for the
very
asking.
briefly at
I
who
want
they
le-
are if it has any description? Because I'm pretty sure whatever they look like, it's not of a hot little. Oh, it's a Mexican American.
Yeah.
Okay, does she look like a 33-year-old Mexican American or like a white hooker?
The second one.
Because I'm going to be honest, the body isn't what makes me think that, it's how she's dressed. Would anyone of any gender be dressed like that in a pizza place if they work there? Unless they don't work there and they're a stripper posing as a worker.
We ready to continue?
Am I wrong?
No.
Okay, sorry, we can continue.
leverage. I don't want to wait for it if it disagrees. You know, you can be a truly lovely human being. Sometimes. You signed up for this, remember? The work is the most important factor, not some brain-dead pizza girl whose only purpose in life now is to be our leverage. Chen shook his head. Look, we have Tremont in interrogation. Let's just start there. Bring him to my lab instead. I'll get an
They didn't get Tremont.
SCP-378-A instance and have a word with our slimy buddy.
There's no need to threaten us. We acquiesce to your request.
The man laid on the table, unconscious and drunk, vomit on his shirt and trailing out from his mouth. This is gonna be a hell.
They didn't get him at all, I believe.
I think that's the guy from the beginning that they got drunk.
Yeah, Agent, yeah, let's see.
Agent Ryan, right?
Urban Tremont's the funny little guy. Agent FBI's unofficial unit was all too stupid to trust Agent Ryan's with his drink and went to the restroom. After that, Special Official Area 56, Black Room, SCP down a gullet. Problem comes up when 378 tells us they can't establish a connection. Now Tremont's still alive, so that's not normal. We run a number of tests, trying to figure out what went wrong. So no, it wasn't Agent Ryan's who drank it. Robert Tremont drank it. But
okay, Rupert Tremont.
So...
But yeah, they didn't take him to the SCP place, and he was already infected by a different centipede.
Yeah.
Of a
And not
coup
dead.
To get an agent inside the FBI's unusual incidents unit.
Well, they didn't
Claw
take him
slowly
dead.
pried the man's mouth open and dropped the centipede into his mouth.
That's not how they did it.
No, it's not.
How long does it take before you're in control?
Not long. One moment, please.
She closed her eyes as if in deep thought, then convulsed rapidly. She opened her eyes.
I can't communicate.
What? Why? Is he dead?
No, I just can't. I don't know, I can't reach him. It's like something's already in there, blocking me.
Klaus put the man into the MRI and came back into the control room.
What?
Firing it up. Let's see just what's going on inside
That's not how
Mr.
it
Tremont's
happened.
little brain.
Yeah, it's
shall
not.
we? The image flickered to life and slowly came into focus.
That's not how it happened!
It's not. Not how it happened. Oh yeah, they also start doing this keep watching till the end. Where they just disregard this part, start talking about the anomaly, then show a bit what happened. They've been doing that. Yeah. Watch. And boom, talk about the anomaly.
Is to be contained in a subterranean entity containment terrarium. Temperature and humidity are to be maintained at
Why
levels
is there a
optimal
button on
for
the
growth
anomaly?
and habitation of lichen and cave
I
ants.
don't know.
Access to SCP-378's containment terrarium is separated from the surrounding facility by a decontamination chamber. Handling personnel are required to wear full body protection and must be screened for SCP-378-A prior to exiting decontamination. Infected personnel are to be terminated. SCP-378 is an arthropod, superficially resembling a deformed larval instance of Amazonian
It's
giant
only
centipede.
1 meter thick.
SCP-378's
Yeah.
legs are largely
It's
vestigial,
3
primarily
meters
meant to
long,
assist
but
in
it's only 1
peristaltic
meter
locomotion.
thick.
SCP-378 measures 3 meters from mouth to anus, with a bodily thickness of 1 meter and a weight of 233
Yeah, they got the measurements correct.
kilograms. Under normal conditions, SCP-378 is an omnivore, with a diet consisting primarily of lichen and insects. SCP-378 is capable of asexual reproduction at will, producing
Do they
instances
know
of
what 1 meter thick
SCP-378
looks like? Do they?
Are you okay, Jerry?
That looks like 2 meters thick at minimum.
Yeah.
Europe is
Dash A?
laughing at us.
They gave
We
it a
don't have
human
measure.
butt. They gave it a human butt.
from its
What did they
anus.
give it?
Instances of SCP-378-A resemble adult Amazonian giant centipedes. Dissection suggests their resemblance is superficial, as SCP-378-A lack expected organ systems beyond a primitive neural network. Instances of SCP-378-A
Oh my
are
God.
controlled remotely by SCP-378. SCP-378-A are obligate endoparasites, infecting advanced primates such as humans. Upon infection, SCP-378-A integrates itself with its host's nervous system through poorly understood means, inducing brain
Right.
death and extended
Do I just get very lucky?
What?
I'm just saying, I seem to get here for the videos they do the worst. I was wondering if I was just too harsh. But no, after you talking about the other videos, I'm just lucky.
Yeah.
Okay, you can keep going.
SCP-378's remote control to the host itself. Vital functions and sensory input remain unaffected. Upon infecting a suitable host, SCP-378 will attempt to reintegrate its hosts into their respective species' social sphere. Once integrated, SCP-378 directs its host to indefinitely engage in the behaviors typical for its species, such as communal labor and social recreation. Human hosts prefer environments with a high population density and a robust entertainment scene. The upper limit of active hosts SCP-378 can maintain at any one time is unknown. Upon initial
What?
interrogation,
What?
SCP-378 confessed.
Yeah.
Where are they? Okay, never mind.
To
Just
the
why would you
existence
get someone
hold on.
drunk? Okay.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Welcome back. I was just telling Spood about the mental damage that is the SCP content farms. Like,
Yeah.
remember the one that was so stupid you took your glasses off last night and just rolled over? Did you just vanish into your the fuck would I call that? The dresser room? The clothes room?
Yes.
Fucking closet, yes.
The closet room, yes.
Closet room.
I'm gonna call it a room because you can fit a bed in there.
Anyways, you
Okay,
ready?
that's right.
We're almost done with it. We ready?
Yeah.
Of 26 human hosts. That old pickle again, mind-controlling worms and double crosses.
Have some respect, Professor. I am no worm, though I might resemble
You see
one.
that centipede?
Да,
Yeah.
and don't I
That
always help?
centipede is an actual centipede that, I mean, the SCP isn't a centipede that exists in the real world, but its appearance does.
Yeah.
The original centipede is one that its max height is around a foot, and I think this picture gives a good description of how big and thick they get, in that it is not that big, and it's so thick that it's almost as thick as a ruler, so it's not even that thick. That's the height and thickness they have it at.
Yeah.
It's almost as thick as their wrist.
Yeah.
So what's this SCP about?
It's an SCP where its main body is a larva-looking creature that's 3 meters long and 1 meter thick. It puts out things like that, only the actual size, not that over exasperated thing, and it takes control of hosts. The host becomes brain dead, and it lives as it. It basically experiences life through the hosts. And its favorite host is a 33-year-old Mexican American woman that works at a pizzeria. No one knows why. They've had hosts with more power and more wealth. They like that instance.
Free pizza.
You know what? That's valid, free pizza, but also, oh man, I never thought of that, free pizza. But anyway,
You ready to continue it and finish it?
yeah.
When SCP Foundation asked me.
Just be careful when you plan to betray someone. You might
Oh, look at this thumbnail in this video. They use Garden Up Ban.
Oh yeah. Before you close that, can you go to the part where they show their main instance so Spook can see what they changed the Mexican American into?
I have to find it. There we go.
They changed her into a white hooker.
They changed her into a white hooker? Oh my goodness!
Is there a better way to describe that?
What is going on in this person's brain? They might as well have the brainworms too.
Maybe they think all Mexicans are hookers.
Oh my goodness!
Because I'm sorry, no person of any race will be dressed like that for a pizza shop.
Unless you're like a fucking Hooters.
There's no pizza version of Hooters. And Hooters doesn't do that anymore.
Oh my goodness! I can't put them as a white hooker. Do they not read the SCP lore very well?
Nope.
Well, just so you know, the range of judgments have been from 50%, it looks like, to 5% in accuracy, if I'm looking at that right.
Yeah. Removal of characters, they moved a lot of characters.
Yeah, they did.
Like the O5 is gone.
Do we just put 4? I mean, even if they put the license, they've removed so many characters.
Yeah.
Even the ones they didn't fully remove, they altered.
Yeah. Added gore or violence.
Weirdly, that's like a 1.
Yeah. Yeah, as you can tell by the previous two, they didn't really add much violence recently.
Yeah. deviates from the plot, that's a 4.
Yeah, yeah. Only men in the video? Well, no, they did include the female characters. I think.
Well, yeah,
Wait,
but
they only
they
included the female ones. Now that I realize it.
they did include them, but I think they deserve it too because you saw what they did to the Mexican American.
Yeah,
They
but
turned her from a woman working a normal job to a hooker in a pizza shop. They turned her into a hooker, and I can't unsee it.
30%.
That's still a step up from the last ones I saw.
Alright. Next one is 2696. Oh, I actually had to look up its name because they removed most of its nickname. They just put the mansion on the video. But it has a much longer nickname. So give me a moment. So it'll be right here, Generation 3, 2696. The Haunted Victorian Mansion of Dark Peak. They just put the mansion. That's all they put. But its nickname is the Haunted Victorian Mansion of Dark Peak.
That reminds me of some weird old soap drama name.
Why did it get rid of this? Alright, there we go. Yeah, there's a bunch in this. Most of it's probably not going to be put in the video.
Well, it's better to look just in case.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, remember the one that we said they probably won't include, and then they totally included all of it?
Yeah.
I mean, they did it inaccurately, but...
Yeah, and I think they also connected a story that I'm probably going to read during this SCP story stuff. That's connected to the story in the article.
Oh.
Yeah, to clean out at night. Yeah, so I'm actually going to favorite so I don't forget it. Which is kind of cool. You connect the story to the actual article.
Very nice.
Yeah. Alright. SCP-2... Item SCP-2696. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. A 1 kilometer square exclusion zone has been established around SCP-2696 under the cover of the Site of Special Scientific Interest. Civilian access is to be restricted due to its containment procedures requiring the use of classified paranormal technology. Access to 2696 and its documentation is to be restricted to members of the Experimental Containment Research Group, MTF Theta 77, who you gotta call, and personnel of clearance level 4 2696. Did they make a Ghostbuster reference?
Yes. That's fine. The actual Ghostbusters lore has had people of all races and genders and etc. etc.
Yeah. Additional containment procedures. Esoteric containment of SCP-2696-1 revolves around reinforcing the existing thematic properties of 2696 with a total of 256 MKV automated atheretic field modifiers, units modifying from stock Prometheus Labs technology, in particular, electromagnetic interference and signal projection systems sourced from project number 5570, electrical exorcist, and
I'm gonna look at that.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And requisite resistor-based neural net software developed and abandoned project number 5525 Auto Magus. If needed, AAFM units can be supplemented by additional esoteric containment workings supplied by NTF Theta 77, though it is recommended that additional workings adhere to the pre-existing schema of etheric field densities within 2696 in order to maximize containment capacity and reduce thematic load on each individual working. Expect radiation levels inside and around 2696 must be constantly monitored for deviations. The current monitoring systems, as of July 1988, consist of a grid of type VI etheric resonance indicators, each spaced no more than 20 meters apart. Should expect radiation levels exceed a level of 1 kilocaspers within 2696 or its immediate perimeter, all personnel are to be evacuated from the exclusion zone, and MTF Theta 77 is to be placed on high alert. Personnel must not remain inside 2696 for more than 1 hour. All personnel assigned to 2696 must don a minimum of Class 3 Spectral Protection Ward at all times while within the exclusion zone. Okay, before I go do anything, I always thought Prometheus Labs was just a video game thing in SCPs for the longest time, but like as of late I know it's like an actual thing in SCP lore.
You didn't before?
No, I didn't. Mainly because I didn't really see it pop up in the articles, mainly in video games.
Well, I guess you just need to find the right one.
Yeah, of course, nowadays, since I read SCPs on a daily, I know. Yeah, SCP-2696 is a mansion located in the region of Dark Peak in Derbyshire, England. The interior of S2696 typically includes mild claustrophobia and panic in individuals within 1 hour of entry. Prolonged exposure leads to an intensification of such feelings, resulting in severe, crippling paranoia within 3 to 6 hours. Additionally, the nursing and the tower of 2696 are subject to an anomalous effect which prevents all matter from entering or exiting the boundaries of either area. This effect does not extend to electromagnetic or aspect radiation. 2696 contains one or more incorporeal entities that are capable of inducing mind-altering effects at close range. As such, they are to be avoided where possible and kept contained inside 2696. SCP-2696-1. Oh, they actually gave a picture of them. SCP-2696-1 is a translucent, intangible humanoid apparition physically resembling the late Clara Roseth, though it has been known to assume various non-humanoid forms during periods of high activity. Previous incarnations have included multiple younger versions of Clara Roseth, an animated mass of decaying plumeria blossoms, and a motile column of bone and biological tissue. -1 permanently remains inside the tower of 2696 when inactive, but will attempt to escape from the boundaries of 2696 if its containment is not strictly enforced. Physical proximity to 2696-1 induces psychological effects ranging from mild visual and auditory hallucinations to amnesia, catalepsy, and in most severe cases, complete dissociation of identity. Such effects normally dissipate following the treatment of Class B amnestics, though a resurgence of symptoms has been known to occur. -1 is not a purely spectral phenomenon. Etheric resonance imaging of -1 showed that it exhibits aspect radiation of an order of magnitude higher than conventional ectoplasmic entities, approaching levels of up to 3 kilocaspers in intensity. -1 instead appears to be thematic construct bound to a self-sustaining etheric monopole constantly generating alien vital energy, particles from an unknown source. How this has been achieved without the monopole instantly decaying is theorized to be due to a low etheric flux density within 2696, stabilizing the monopole by constantly draining off its excess EVE particles. Consequently, Dash 1 exhibits much higher levels of aspect radiation and greater amplification of its mind-altering effects, the further it is from the center of 2696, as well as greater instability. Should Dash 1 completely exit 2696, it is likely to undergo a rapid expansion of its area of effect, followed by violent decay of its etheric monopole and subsequent release of massive amounts of backlash. This has been theorized to result in mass hallucinations and small to medium scale reality shifts within a 600-kilometer radius, and irreversible ego death in all sentient individuals within a 200-kilometer radius. Oh, look, they give an example of SCP-2696-2A. So they actually... Okay, so we actually can look back and see if they actually did it right. SCP-2696-2, SCP-2696-2A, and 2B designates the skeletal remains of Miles and Edgar Roseth, respectively, located inside the nursery of 2696. Due to
I get the plumerias now.
Huh?
I get the plumerias now.
Ah.
Well, plumerias are some of the things that they symbolize is new life and marriage, which is why I was confused. They belong to ghosts. But I think I get it now.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Due to the inaccessibility of the nursery, the two instances of 2696-2 have only been documented via etheric resonance imaging and X-ray imaging of nursery interior. 2A and 2B are normally inert, with the two entities lying in a fetal position at the center of the room. The two entities only animate during periods of high -1 activity. During such periods, 2A and 2B have been observed to alternate between wrestling with each other, dancing in circles, and standing motionless at the door to the nursery. Enhanced imaging of the two entities revealed the presence of a carved symbol on the forehead of each instance's skulls. Notes recovered from the study suggest a relation between the symbol and the various experiments conducted by Henry Percival Roseth, in particular those concerning manifestation and manipulation of thought-based constructs. Is there a symbol? Oh yeah, I can barely see it, but it's right there. Right between eye sockets. Oh, that's kind of cool.
It is, but also, this is a surprisingly dark SCP.
Yeah. Alright. Schema and history of SCP-2696. 2696 was formerly known as Roseth Hall, built in 1869 by the esoteric industrialist and occultist Henry Percival Roseth. This is actually kind of interesting. Usually they don't reveal much history and stuff about the anomaly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. It compromises of 2 stories and an elevated tower constructed in a traditional neo-Gothic architectural style. Its interior, however, features numerous unorthodox design elements such as sloped floors, dead-end hallways, protruding surfaces, and uneven twisting corner angles. It is worth noting that the unique internal structure of 2696 was not an original feature of the building. Following the death of his wife, Clara Roseth, in January of 1873, Henry Roseth would begin the first of series of modifications to the mansion centering on the library and the tower. Notes recovered from Roseth's study suggest that he intended the two spaces to become a combined shrine of converged spiritual energy. Modeled after similar structures found in northern Chinese monasteries, and extensive blueprints attest to an elongated bell-shaped chamber lined with complex three-dimensional reliefs. measuring almost 10 meters tall and designed with mathematically calculated precision. Wait, I just realized, since they're telling the history of this, they're gonna do their own history of the anomaly.
Oh no.
When they have the history.
Well, we'll find out what they do. Let's.
Yeah. When his two children, Edgar and Miles, died in the August of that same year, the already eccentric Roseth became even more so. In 1874, he commenced the remodeling of the other rooms of the house. According to the testimony of his former staff, Rose obsessively insisted that the construction of the modifications adhere to his own exact specifications and often spent his days supervising the work himself. His nights were spent in solitude in the tower or the second floor nursery, from which his employees often claimed to have witnessed strange noises and lights. The materials requested to be used for construction grew increasingly specific and bizarre. One receipt lists an order for 200 kilograms of ground-up stone from the Isles of Anglesey and Wales, and 37 meters of pipes made from a fragile mercury copper amalgam. Right? Work on the internal modifications ceased in June of 1876 when our main workmen refused to continue and fear Rose increasingly disturbed behavior and numerous unexplained phenomena witnessed within Roth's hall. Roth prominently dismissed the remainder of his staff except his housekeeper and spent the following 2 months attempting to finish the construction work by himself. He would later perish in his own home, as testified by a group of investigators from the Royal Foundation for the Secure Containment of the Paranormal, who were investigating rumors of spectral phenomena in Roth Hall. Roth was known among mid-19th century occultists for his investigation of Eastern mystic practices, most notably Chinese Feng Shui. It's theorized that the modifications to 2696 are based on similar principles of redirecting the flow of EVE particles, resulting in 2696 anomalous effects. In particular, the etheric field within 2696 is modulated via materials of alternating EVE particle permeability, arranged in specific patterns and formations seemingly designed to attract negative Qi. Or Chi. Oh, Chi. Why did I say Qi? I don't know why I said Qi. Which corresponds in modern thaumaturgical terms to... Huh? What's that?
Oh, yeah, I see what you were saying. Oh, Sorry, my dyslexia hit me when you read that.
That's fine. Anyways, terms to inducing a region of extremely low etheric flux density capable of disrupting human cognition. Subsequently, displaced EVE particle flow is channeled into islands of high etheric flux density, surrounded by areas of low etheric flux density. This results in nodes of high thaumaturgic potential difference that greatly amplifies the efficiency of thematic workings placed within, at the cost of 2696 being induced into a constant state of unstable equilibrium. When 2696 was initially acquired, the nodes were already occupied by workings carved into the masonry, apparently designed to weaken and contain -1. The unstable nature of 2696 demands that these workings be left untouched. What's this? Oh, that's the addenda is this.
Yeah.
I thought I had to hit this. My bad. Anyway.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, addendum 2696-01. Excerpts from the diary of Henry Percival Roseth. Recovered from inside SCP-2696. They are buried clear on one of the dreadful winter mornings, when the frost strips off everything like a veil, and the last owls have yet to echo away in the terror of the dawn. Even now, in the dim safety of my study, her voice still rings in my mind. As I speak, I cannot help but hear her echoes lingering at the edge of my woods. Her memory is still fresh in my mouth. The children are asleep now, but I think that I will fear to hear their voices too when they wake. A correspondent from America writes to me about his work on the mind-made body. His schema is clumsy and efficient, but it sets me thinking. Thought given power becomes form, but thoughts are transient, fleeting, merely actions and words yet to be. They decompose and they rot. Memory, however, is altogether different. I recall the work of Epictetus and his idea of savings. But what was once forgotten is still retained, encoded, engraved, if you will, on the neurons of the mind. And so I asked, what is a memory but a thought cast in stone?
I don't like where that's heading.
Self-experimentation has not been forthcoming. So much remains of her, yet nothing comes forth in practice. Ink and needle proves insufficient. My forehead stings. The remainder of the page is covered with the complex geometrical diagrams partially smudged with blood. The Eastern mystic traditions of positioning and energy flow are of great assistance. Sacrifice and equivalent exchange mean nothing when a working can draw from the flow of the very air itself. Though my attempts still end in failure, the tower's auspicious energies are strong. I must preserve for her sake and mine. The children still speak in her voice. I fear I may be going mad. Hold on. Oh shit. I did not mean to do that.
What'd you do?
It went to a whole different thing. A whole different big ass document.
Yes, addendum 2696-3. You need to click -2 to read it.
Yeah, that show too. Yeah.
I
It is.
clicked -2.
Yeah, might as well go there. The following document is the written testimony of Jatinder Josh Hanker, an occultist under the employ of Royal Foundation for the Secure Containment of Paranormal, detailing the initial discovery and description of SCP-2696 in 1876. It pleases me to note that the party arrived at Rosette Hall in more than ideal circumstances, considering the start of the events we were to witness within. It was the 15th of September, and the three of us, the American medium Dr. Amos Barton, his wife Ariel Delacroix, herself an occultist well regarded in her home country, and myself, convened at the Wanderer's Inn at around 2 o'clock, wherein we waited at the arrival of our scheduled transport. The Foundation had seen it fit to arrange for us a spacious brougham, but as a sign of hospitality to my foreign entourage, I cannot say. This, which was sufficient to accommodate the three of us without any trouble. The road there was pleasant, and Miss Barton remarked enthusiastically on the beauty and serenity of the Derbyshire countryside. Dr. Barton merely nodded in agreement, half lost in thought, and murmured instead that the view of the Alps from the Via Spoluga would set anyone in the right wits to tears. Let us change upon viewing of Rose Hall. From up on the moor it loomed,
to tower over us in spite of its distance. As we approached, I had a vague impression of one enveloped by a persuasive gloom. Such was the vision that the house impressed upon me on first sight. I cannot begin to describe the source of that emotion, but I suspect it stemmed out of a singular way that its architecture stood out from the surrounding landscape. Like the silhouette of some obscene crown or a horned beast, was Spartan recalling a study did by one Dr. B. Lee in Philadelphia, attributed to the unnatural magnetism of the place due to the way the marsh accumulated and stagnated the earthly energy within the house of large bodies of still water that won't do. Dr. Burton scoffed and claimed that it was merely the work of ghosts.
You know, Discord's been cutting you off so much that I'm glad I can just read it.
God damn it. So you got basically where I was at.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Regardless of our sense of foreboding, we dismounted from the cart with our baggage and equipment and approached the front of the house. Up close it reared upon its foundations in full detestable glory. Its design was conventional, almost unconventional, so its proportions seemed to bulge out in odd directions that converged inexplicably at right angles, giving one sense that the house was escaping from its very roots. Beginning from the inside out, the knocker on the door was of a curious design, seeming almost as if an afterthought or a fillet. An oriental beast, perhaps a lion or a boar, its fearsome teeth gripping onto a smooth stone ring. Bracing myself, I pulled the ring back and nodded. After a period of time, during which we heard a heavy dumped shovelings from within, and the sound of slamming doors, the great door opened, and we were greeted by the woman whom we presumed to be Roth's sole remaining housekeeper. I remembered that as we entered the house, there stood before us an enormous door about twice as wide as I was tall, that was secured with a heavy iron lock. Eventually the housekeeper assured us into what must surely have been a parlor, but eventually had been modified at the last minute into a dining room. A makeshift buffet stood against the wall, where a valiant attempt had been made to keep it flushed with the uneven sideboard. In the middle of the room, a thick cloth had been draped over several square tables to form the impression of a proper diner's reception, aided by a spread of old silver, no doubt taken out and polished just for this occasion alone. Someone tilted. I'm not sure if it was the American or the French woman. We waited at great length, during which much was alluded to, but not directly commented aloud. Miss Spurgeon spoke about the dreadful interior and ramshackle conditions of our dinner. I, being acquainted with our host, sought vainly to defend him, citing the unfortunate circumstances of his wife and children. I explained to her that grief was a terrible thing to bear alone, especially for a man such as Ross, who had long been used to his own peculiar solitary silences and tempers. Dr. Burton concurred with my assessment, adding gruffly that Ross was already an absolute crap of a man when he got to know him back at Oxford, and was not unlike those kinds of people who tended to make strange alterations to the house and conduct his mysterious spiritual experiments on the deaths of their immediate family members. No more was to be said about that. However, when the pale, thin shadow of a man promptly arrived at the door, looking by all means like he's aged 100 years in a day. It took me and Dr. Burton several seconds to understand that, in fact, this was none other than our host and old acquaintance himself, Henry Percival Ross. How he managed to transform himself into the saint, I could only guess, but one look at his face and I saw that he bore the same eyes as other men I had seen in various places during my travels. On the ruins of a temple in the jungle of Belize, a blood-soaked prison in Liverpool, in the middle of a blazing pentagram in Aberdeen. Other broken men who, in a fit of fervor, devotion, or grief, had perhaps performed the unthinkable or witnessed the unknownable, and it had cost them dearly so. He greeted us with a great deal more lucidity than his appearance suggested. No other small amount of suspicion that the Royal Foundation had sent us a spy on his private affairs. Dr. Burton, in return, coldly assured Ross that we were present in an entirely social capacity, and reminded him of his acquaintance with me and Miss Burton during the dreadful Cardiff affair of 72. Ross turned his gaze to me, and muttered that men like myself were not ones so carefree as to be sent on mere social visits by the Royal Foundation. His eyes met mine, and I drew a breath involuntarily. His response did nothing to assuage the already uneasy atmosphere inside the dining room, but nevertheless, Miss Burton and I did our best to maintain the air of civility, as Dr. Burton continued to brood at his end of the table, and his impeccable air of frigid invisibility towards our host. After dinner, we retired to the neighboring drawing room, where we talked at length of politics and the elections and no other. By unspoken agreement, it seemed that the topic of the Royal Foundation and matters of our profession were not broached upon at all. Throughout the night, Ross remained for the most part taciturn, in spite of our respective inquiries as to his health and mental well-being, which we took to be a worrying sign. Eventually, as the fireplace chilled, so did the conversation, and Ross bade us good night. Today, as I pen this chronicle in the warm light of the Royal Foundation's study, I find it growingly inconceivable that Ross could not have seen the events of that night. I remember that he left the room with a certain kind of gravitas, as an actor would have departed from the stage or Judas before the Pharisees. Our purpose of visit was painfully clear, yet he invited us with open, albeit grudging arms. Neither did he do anything to prevent our eventual discovery of his affairs, nor did he dissuade us from trying with his tempting, mysterious demeanor, which seemingly to conceal multitudes. I now believe that Ross' behavior at the dining table that evening was not intended to be that of one who gives secrets, rather they were the actions of a man who wanted to know to be found. The housekeeper led us to our rooms, which appeared to be similarly refurbished quarters situated a few rooms before the dining room. This unorthodox placement of accommodations further stoked our curiosity, as we realized that in the course of our immediate prosaic conversation, Ross had not mentioned nor given Nari a hint of the interior of his house at all. A foot lay behind the locked black door. We kindly agreed to investigate this at a later hour. I slept uneasily and dreamed of mad things, of mazes that twisted into themselves, yet contained but one single unbroken path, of fearsome tigers that sprung from doorways rich in history, and of a singular wonderful voice, singing again and again of things long past, in whose repetition I discerned infinity. With a start, I awoke and found that I had drenched myself in a cold sweat. It was 2:30 in the morning. At that moment, there began a soft tapping at my door. A crack of duck, a kind of flame, and a spiritual face of Miss Barton peeked in. She whispered to me that it was time to go. We had but one candle between the three of us, which cast its milky light along the walls as we made our way to the entrance hall, which where we had seen the black door. Dr. Barton approached the first warily and found to our surprise that the heavy lock had been removed. The door swung open on unholy hinges. With a single push, Miss Barton and I scrambled to hold it before it hit the wall. We elected to leave it open as we proceeded through the unusually long threshold into the room within. But the weirdness inside defies description, but I would try nonetheless. Beyond the black door was madness. A corridor led to many small cloistered spaces, each at strange angles to each other. Protrusions jutted from the walls, and a medley of strange materials. At the corners I saw green soapstone, crystalline marble, unjagged inside of a shield in dark obsidian. The ceiling was dizzyingly high, and in places of the floor rose to meet an enormous spiked sphere, the color of bone, half-formed stairs that led to nowhere, hallways that twisted and doors that met each other sideways. At some point, Miss Burton nodded to her husband, who produced a pair of drawing rods and led the way towards the source of spiritual disturbance. My vision blurred, and I began to see shadows within shadows. In an instinctive act of self-preservation, I invoked names of God under my breath. A glance at the buttons showed that they too were similarly under guard. We located the stairs, the real ones this time, and ascended down as the floor reeled away behind us. The dowsing rods swiveled widely as we reached the second floor. At that point, I saw that my breath had fogged up my spectacles, and I shivered, suddenly aware that we were surrounded by an immense chill. My reaction was not due to the cold, for I had long been accustomed to the London winters at this point in my career. Rather, many a spiritual manifestation have been known to feed off the energy latent in the air. Inadvertently or not, dropping it by no one more than a handful of degrees, and the fact that it was near freezing inside the hut of Ross Hall indicated to me that this was no ordinary problem we were called to resolve. We were in the process of navigating our way through the convoluted hallway when it struck. At first, Dr. Barton's rod sparked, then blew out in a flash. The candle went out. Suddenly, I found myself gripped by an immense nausea, and as I reeled, I saw two glowing points of light in the distance, or were that close. Miss Barton dropped to her knees, and a ward gleaming madly in each hand. There was a smell of burnt paper. Then the entity descended onto us in its full terrifying glory. It was as if I plunged over the edge of a great precipice, stretching before me inexplicably all around us was the fastest of memory. No, a single individual. I was keenly aware of the childhood, years, a courtship, love, death, and birth. Our memories are finite, but the infinite subdivision of it into slices of the individual's perception, such as that each moment can be seen in more than 3 different ways at 2 different times, produces an illusion of experience akin to infinity. From this, I was able to ascertain the identity of the entity, despite it not speaking a word, that of the deceased Clara Ross, grotesquely remanifested into not a spectre, not a ghoul, but something even less substantial and pitiful so. The air screamed with her venom, and I felt it with every bone in my body. The two glowing points of light, which I now took to be the eyes of the sad woman, stood in front of us with an expression of fearsome melancholy. Somehow I found the strength to roll up my sleeves and bear the marks imprinted upon my skin. Similar sight calmed my mind, and I gathered all of my faculties to begin the incantation that would bound the summoned entity to my will. Nahi kasit salam api chatu. Yet the words faltered, as if swallowed by the void. Every attempt I made to contain the massive energies released by the entity was met with an equal, if not stronger, backlash. Soon, I would not even have the strength left to maintain the wards of self-protection. The that was surely the only thing between me and the redeemed toward those that surrounded us. Through the corners of my eye, I could see Dr. Burton convulsing, blood steamed from the edges of Mrs. Burton's mouth. Then, with a great distance away, the torrent embedded. Words irked about the din, a low, clear chant that peeled away at the air. The eyes of the being that was Clara shimmered, then appeared to fade in intensity. I instantly fell to the floor, gasping for breath, with the marks on my forearms burning white hot into my wounds. In my exhausted mental state, I paid little heed to what was about to transpire in front of me, and can only testify to the events that followed afterward, with no great degree of clarity. What I can conjecture now, in the safety of the study, is that the points of the light did not fade. Instead, they simply turned around. There were flashes of light and fragments of phrases, got hints of high Enochidian Hebrew and Church Latin. They were so quickly and so fast that I could not recall the exact contents even now. There was the firecracker sound of several walls shutting, and I listened as the walls exploded into a series of rapid shifting sigils, silhouetted against the chaos. I discerned the shape of a tall, thin man, flanked on his left and right by two smaller figures. Then the figures flickered, and the man screamed, and all was silent. I know not how I carried the Bartons out through the back door and into the relative sanity of the entrance hall. The housekeeper asked no questions. He seemed to intuit what had occurred within the walls of the house, and took to seeing that the well-being of the unconscious Bartons. The remainder of the events of that night has already been well documented, so I shall be brief. After attending to us, the housekeeper was instructed to ride to Hayfield and contact the Royal Foundation via telegram as soon as possible. I myself managed to return to my room, wherein I collapsed on my bed, and remained so until the arrival of the secondary investigating team the next day. Of the individual fate of Henry Percival Ross, not much is known. What conclusions remain can only be arrived through the conjecture and not through objective testimony. The secondary investigating team found no trace of the man, but discovered instead a number of anomalous phenomena that have already been accounted for and documented in the archives of the Royal Foundation. That paint a picture of Ross before his death as a mentally unhinged and obsessively deranged individual driven by the death of his wife to commit monstrous acts. However, as I have been led to believe that the facts are present, it was also Ross who defended us from the onslaught of his tragic reaction, and who sacrificed his life in return for our sanity. A man cannot be defined by his darkest moments, nor can he be defined by his in his proudest. I still cannot forget the entity in the house, or her lighted eyes that went fire. Even now, 3 months after the events of that fateful night, I dream of her when I sleep, and wake up surprised that I am even able to remain myself at all. Clara Ross may be dead, but she refuses to be forgotten. Signed, Tender Jairus Hanka, exorcist for the Royal Foundation of the Secure Containment of the Paranormal, December 31st, 1876.
And now is the longest time I've ever had to use that voice for.
I will admit that was a good voice to use for it, but that was so goddamn boring. It felt like a British person reading it, which I feel like was the point, but it felt like a British person reading it. I'm not sure how else to say it. I mean, it's fitting, but also there's something about British people where they can either sound like the most interesting, boring, and I don't know why.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna call them P for the next person, because I don't know how the fuck to say that.
You know what? why don't we just look up their name? I would rather look up their name instead of just call them P. Because you know how P sounds, right?
Yeah. Alright.
Okay. Let
Yeah,
me
that's the
just
last
look
bit of the
at
article, -3. Oh wait, no, there's -4, never mind. In additional notes. I'm wrong.
how to pronounce name. Come on. Come on. Pronounce as per Adabrashayan. What the fuck? This doesn't feel like. I'm sorry. These directions on how to upset me.
I could just nickname it Priya at the very beginning.
This was the directions it gave. Thank you, Google, for helping me find something that doesn't help at all.
I think
Let
I'll
me
just
just.
say Priya. I mean, I'm not gonna say. I'm only gonna say their name once.
This is how we pronounce the name.
I-
Priyadarshini.
Oh, Priya Darshini.
Alright. Addendum 2696-03. Interviews with -1 contaminated personnel. Begin log. Dr. Sanchez. Davida, how are you feeling? Priyadarshini?
Yeah, Priya Darshini.
Like hell. Whatever they gave me, it isn't working.
Can you elaborate?
It's kind of like a pounding at the base of my skull and at the front too. It won't let up. When I try to focus on the pain, I feel like I'm focusing down on a telescope, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. What about the hallucinations? Are they gone yet?
No, they're not all gone. Just residual visions, mostly. Like right before you came in, I closed my eyes and I swear I was back in that house again. Like it was plastered on the back of my eyes, except the lights were all on and everything looked well broken, like looking into smashed glass. It's the same for the others, isn't it? I heard, or at least I think I heard, maybe it was something else.
I see.
Interviewer pauses.
Did anything else happen?
I think, I think I saw her too. -1, or Clara, whatever you want to call her. She was just about there. Such a vaguely gestures to their 11 o'clock with their left hand. Just 2 arms length away. She had this dress on and those small jeweled slippers. I knew they were jeweled because I looked down and I saw them on my feet. And one of the broken shards. And she turned and gave me this smile. Like that was all she had to give. It caught in the cracks, and I saw it reflected over and over again in my eyes. She was so gentle.
Div, what happened after that?
I don't know. I stepped back here again, and that's when you came in. And that's when I realized I wasn't dreaming. I was awake the whole time. I think it took no more than 2 seconds. Sorry, I can't remember more than that, Doc.
I understand. It's not just you. The others are confused too, as confused at all. Is there anything more you need? Anything we could do?
Eh, we're good here. Just turn off the lights when you leave. It gets so bright when I close my eyes.
Oh.
Oh. End log. Interview 2696 1987 0513 / Carrington Slim 27.
I guess that's the year, then the month, then the day.
Yeah. Begin log. Specialist Carrington. How it went. Cut to the chase. You're just looking for the soundbite on how mind fucked by the house feels like.
How being mind fucked by the house feels like?
Apparently, Dr. Lim,
Oh.
I'd prefer we cut this an interview. Thank you very much. Right, here we are, sir. So what do you want me to begin? On the record, your team was developed, was deployed after 2696-1 activated and blew the seals off two of the arrays in the library. There was another burst of ARAD, and your team went dark. We want to know what happened next. Alright, I'll remember. We made it to the damaged arrays without any issue. Numbers LO3 and LO5, if I'm not wrong. George and I held the thing steady while Wally traced back to the ruins, and we got LO3 just fine. We just begun working on LO5 when our comms start to flicker. An alarm starts blaring from outside, and I think to myself, well, shit, that's not good. We've been first responders before, but none of us had really been caught inside the house when it went live, you know. So we packed up our gear and nice and easy, trying not to make any sudden movements, and creep our way back to the library entrance. When all of a sudden my ward just goes fsh and sparks out. Then Molly's ward goes, then George's too. We are carrying cost fives for God's sake. We've seen it before, the heavy, powerful stuff. No joke. So when this happens, that's when we drop everything and run. But we were too slow. We saw her dash one moving down the tall stairs. She was moving, not really floating, just moving. Then bam! She was right in front of me. One moment I was staring her into her eyes, the next moment George is pulling me out by my armpits, dragging me down the stairs. That's when I realized the screaming was my own. Then the side effects kicked in. It's like you ever met a psychic, Dr. Lim. It's not pretty. The way it feels, that drinking straw butterfly probiosis feeling you get inside your head, sloshing up your insides. No, this is different. Dash 1 is something else entirely. Tell me about it, Carrington. I am here to listen. It's like a flood. Most profound. And that's how she gets in. That's her slipping into the grooves and crannies of your brain. Getting in between the folds. And you remember what it's like to be her. Like you've never been anything else. Everything comes at once. The smell of her hair, the touch of her voice on your skin, gently up the cleft of your cheek. It's her. She's the real deal. She's everywhere and anywhere at once in your mind. She doesn't come in one piece. She comes in shards and ashes that don't quite seem to fit together as she should. I cried to know. She couldn't have been so much more. She's broken. That's what she is. Whatever he did to her to try to bring her back, that's not her. Bits and pieces suspended in time, bound to a crumbling frame of whatever's beneath that skin. And behind it, she's roaring and bursting and raging, the force of a dying star, spitting out the pieces of herself that don't fit, that can't fit. And for a moment, when you look into her eyes, you are her. And you feel her pain and rage, and 10,000 other things that you don't have a word for, because she's got nothing inside to feel in a way that you or I do. Nothing left but a whirlwind, shattered glass, and memories. I think I understand. Is there anything more? No. I think I'm done here. Subject pauses. I'd like to take the meds now, if you please. End log. Addendum 2696-04. Incident log of activation event June 12th, 1990. Begin log. At 06, thunderstorms begin to form in the Dark Peak region. At 12:52, SCP-2696 begins to exhibit increased aspect radiation levels with local readings outside 2696 registering a peak of 0.87 kilocasper's. All personnel are evacuated from within 2696. 3020. Lightning strikes 2696 in several places in quick succession. Surge protection fails, and 55% of the electro-thematic arrays in 2696 are damaged beyond repair. The remaining arrays soon become overloaded and fail in a resultant cascade effect. Almost immediately, aspect radiation levels within 2696 spike above 2 kilocasper's. Backup electro-thematic arrays are powered on, and MTF Theta 77 is scrambled. Dash 1 is noted to change form into a swirling floating mass of tattered white lace emitting a loud screeching sound. At 30:511. Backup electro-thematic arrays do not appear to have any effect in containing Dash 1. Dash 1 reaches peak aspect radiation levels of 5.1 kilocasper's. Personnel outside 2696 began to complain of headaches and nausea. 40:45. Theta 77 arrives and establishes an inner and outer cordon around 2696. Emergency rituals performed by specialists M. Cooper and J. Semos succeeded in repelling Dash 1 away from the front door of 2696 and back towards the second store. However, Dash 1 managed to mentally incapacitate 3 members of Theta 7. Specialist C. Carrington, Dr. M. Lim, and Technician J. Vasquez. 42:54. A strong wind blows through the hallways of 2696. The front door is slammed shut and is unable to be opened from the outside. Specialist Coopers and Simos are unable to continue the containment rituals and retreat with the remainder of the inner cordon team. Aspect radiation levels around 2696 continue to intensify to a record high of 7.5 kilocasper's beyond the threshold of protection offered by any Foundation protection wards. Throughout all of this, Dash 1 remains at the staircase to the second story. Its swirling and screeching intensifies. 4300. Internal monitors detect that the door to the nursery has opened. 4306. Internal monitors detect that both instances of Dash 2 have fled the nursery, accompanied by a large burst of aspect radiation and electromagnetic radiation in the gamma spectrum. Minor seismic tremors are detected within 2696, likely as a result of said aspect discharge. 4430. Both instances of Dash 2 approach Dash 1 with outstretched arms. Upon contact with Dash 2, Dash 1 abruptly shrinks, shifting back to its humanoid form. 4449. Local aspect radiation levels are observed to sharply drop. The two instances of Dash 2 lead Dash 1 by the hand into the library and up the stairs into the tower. 4523. Dash 1 turns around to embrace the two instances of Dash 2. It kisses each of them on the symbols on their foreheads, then passes through the tower door and disappears. 4602. Both instances of Dash 2 hold hands and descend the tower steps. They exit through the second floor and return to the nursery. At this point, aspect radiation levels within 2696 have returned to baseline. 4637. The door to the nursery gently closes. Above 2696, the thunderstorm dissipates. Theta 77 is ordered to stand down. End log. Additional notes: Dash 1 activity was greatly reduced in the months following this incident. It is unknown as to why the search protectors failed, as well as to how Dash 2 was able to leave the nursery and pacify Dash 1. Subsequent investigations revealed that the interior structure of 2696 was significantly damaged by the large burst of aspect radiation caused by the emergence of -2 from the nursery. While some of the damage is repairable, several structures utilize fragile and or currently unattainable materials that were unable to be replaced in full. It appears that while -2 serves as a last resort failsafe mechanism for 2696, repeated activations will have the negative effect of permanently reducing the containment effectiveness of 2696, resulting in more frequent and violent breach attempts. Given current containment practices and rates of failure of AAFM units, it is estimated that -1 will have a 45% chance of fully breaching containment by 2030. Accordingly, members of the ECRG assigned to 2696 are to focus on devising more sustainable and permanent long-term containment solutions for -1. And that's it. Holy shit.
I don't think their kids live to adulthood.
Yeah. So, okay, before we get to the video. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can already tell you this is clickbaity.
That's not how she looks. Did they make her look hotter and more modern?
Yep.
Because that's not how women dressed back then.
As well as there's missing
Who's
flesh.
that random blonde guy?
Yeah. So 4?
Yeah.
Alright, let's get on to the video. Let's see. Yep, they included a license.
I honestly think, before we watch this video, I want to say, I think when the carnations show up, that's a sign of one of the things she held most important to her. I think, although the husband did his best to bring her back, probably was a mistake. What he
Yeah.
brought back was an angry ghost that wanted their kids.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, you ready?
Yeah.
Klaus raised his head to look towards the building. The energy levels from the building had been climbing throughout the night. Something was coming, and
Right?
it wasn't good.
Isn't the building white?
I think there actually is a picture of the building. Actually, it doesn't even look like the building. It's right there.
Yeah. It either looks white or a general cream color, right? Something like that. It's a black and white picture, but you can tell it's a light color.
Yeah.
Okay. Not the same color, not the same shape. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go
MTF Theta 77 on
Yeah.
route. Should be here within the hour. I don't think we have an hour. This thing is ready to pop.
I just
Let me
realized
get in
something.
there. I can sort this out.
They changed a lake to a fountain.
Yep. A fountain of blood.
Ooh, creepy.
Don't be an idiot. The radiation.
As someone who grew up in a haunted house, I loved reading, not reading, but I loved reading along with you the article. And typically things about ghosts really pissed me off, but I liked that.
Yeah.
This pisses me off.
Levels are off the charts. Let's talk with Pythia. She might have something for us. They approached the back of the large truck. They swung the doors open.
God damn it!
Pythia, we need your help.
That's a third character I'm guessing they're gonna use a lot. But they're not connected to the goddamn anomaly, but they're a different anomaly.
This place is
Who's
oozing
Pythia?
paranormal energy. We've got a reading
Wait,
of
they said a
2.0
Pythia?
kilocaspers.
Ask what
Yeah,
you
they
will
said
of me.
Pythia.
Oh my god. Jerry, this is even worse.
What SCP is it? What is it?
Oh wait. They mispronounced it. They said Pythias. A Pythia. They said Pythia, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Pythia's wing, which is like... It doesn't have a number. But it leads to this, like, story thing that Ramen sent me.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Who sent you?
Hatch's friend Robin.
Oh, it's a goddess, isn't it?
That's not what I wanted. God damn it. Discord. There we go.
Are they using a goddess and treating it like an?
I don't know. Let's just find out what they do with it this time.
Pythia's wings. Oh, so.
Let's keep going.
Okay.
But know this. I will not intervene with this otherworldly creature.
Typical. That's not what I'm asking. We don't know what we're dealing with here. Whatever is in there is angry. MTF, who you gonna call, is still an hour out. Tell me something. Tell me anything.
As you wish. Step forth and close your eyes. Let me now show you what happened here 200 years ago.
Welcome back. Today I bring you SCP-2696, the
Illuminati
haunted Victorian
symbol?
mansion of Dark Peak.
Well, technically,
Don't-
actually, I know this is more of a Christian-like symbol. I forgot what it means, though. Like, the eye in the triangle is like a Christian symbol, but I forgot what it
It
was.
doesn't matter. They
Yeah.
piss me off.
Yeah.
I hate when people do this when it comes to ghost things. They add all this bullshit.
Yeah.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. Dark Peak Manor, as it came to be known, had been built by the late Henry Percival Rossif in 1869. Right from the outset, the Victorian mansion had been unique. Henry had been a student of the occult and mysticism from the Orient. Though the initial house design and construction had been relatively typical, it all took a dark turn in January of 1873 with the death of his wife, Clara. It wasn't long after that his two young children perished as well. Henry immersed himself into his
May I
occult
say
work,
something?
centering on the Victorian.
I dislike that he is not appropriately dressed for the times.
Ah.
That's it. Everything else
mansion.
is wrong, but I just wanted to add that.
Also, it looks like they're mainly using Irish people. That's like when cartoons. That's mainly what they dress Irish people in, as a joke.
Are they saying that he's a British guy with a bunch of Irish servants?
Yes.
Well, we're both part Irish. What do you say of this, as us as servants?
Revolution.
Well, the content farm stopped doing SCP stuff, so you can't stab them.
Yet.
Fair enough, I don't blame you.
Anyways.
Teams of men worked day and night to make odd adjustments to the house. Exotic and strange materials were imported to the house. Features such as winding staircases to nowhere, floors which reached the ceilings, and other oddities were added. Henry insisted on overseeing all the work himself, often becoming enraged and short with the workers until eventually they all left. His temper and strange visions were the reasons the workers gave. Henry could be found working day and night from a room with a black door. Flashing lights, Auras, smoke, and strange sounds were found emanating from behind that door. Towards the end, only Henry and one servant remained in the house. In his grief, Henry had turned to the...
Yeah, it was a woman.
Yeah, it was a woman. Also, all his servants suddenly transformed into one angry man.
Yeah.
The occult world that had fascinated him for so long. The mind-made body was of particular interest. It spoke of the power of turning thoughts, no memories, into reality. In his desperation, he turned to mysticism for an answer and a way to bring his lost family back to him. Jatinder Jaishankar, Dr. Amos Byrne, and his wife, Aurelia Delacroix,
Holy shit, they actually went to the
gripped the
story.
large tiger-shaped knocker. It sent a resounding thud through the mansion. All three were eminent occultists and exorcists, here to investigate under the thinly veiled excuse of checking up on Henry. The reports had been coming in for some while. Odd sights, sounds, and even feelings of...
Why were they all dressed historically accurate, but the main guy wasn't?
I don't know.
All the SCPs and all the things they got historically accurate, they did it right one time. That
Yep.
shows they know how to do it. They know how to do it. They know how to do it.
Let's keep going, Jerry, before you lose your mind.
I'm sorry.
paranoia and nausea when near the house. When Henry came to greet them, he was a mere shell of his former self. He was skeletal and haggard. His body looked as if he'd aged decades in mere months. His eyes shone of insanity, but tempered with intelligence, the most dangerous kind. As the night wore on, it became clear that Henry knew why they were here, despite their excuses to the contrary.
Oh my gosh, Sanju.
However, he didn't seem bothered by it, though he disclosed nothing to them.
One thing
His
I wanna
mannerism
comment,
expressed something else.
why was his hair thinned down?
I don't know.
Okay, keep going.
What was it? Pride? They couldn't be sure, but there was more going on here than the old man was revealing. As the night wore on and the guests retired to their rooms, they had agreed to meet later in the night to inspect the black door while Henry was asleep. 2:30 a.m.
Oh.
on the dot. Jatinder heard a quiet knock on his door, awaiting.
The nightmare's gone.
Mm-hmm.
There was a
Okay.
nightmare.
I know.
Him in the doorway was Amos and Aurelia. They signaled to follow them. They approached the black door, but to their surprise, it was unlocked. They pushed it open, revealing a long, oddly shaped corridor. As they walked
What?
through the hall, they came upon a most bizarre room. The floors were uneven, windows built at a slant, staircases going nowhere. They found the real staircase leading up to the
No.
second flight and made their way to it. As they walked down the corridor,
What?
Jatinder was struck with a sudden feeling.
Good.
Yeah, why is there a Muppet?
So good.
Why is there a picture of a Muppet?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm so angry simply because I thought this was one of the videos you were talking about where good for the most part. I
Nope,
thought these were.
apparently
I
not.
thought, sure, they made things look spookier and nothing really looks accurate, but it sounded. Joke's on me!
Feeling of nausea. The dowsing rods, held by the two others, exploded suddenly as they all fell to their knees. Jatinder felt a sudden coldness come over him, a coldness that was tempered with fire and anger. As he looked up, he saw the apparition gliding towards him.
What?
It was partially transparent,
What?
and though it didn't float, it also didn't walk. Its eyes glowed with an intense hatred, but also confusion. Did it understand what it was? Jatinder rolled up his sleeves, presenting the archaic rites and rituals emblazoned into his skin. It was now the only thing protecting them
What?
from this malicious
What?
spirit. It bore down upon him.
He also
He
spoke an
sensed his end was
incantation.
near. She suddenly stopped and turned her eyes on something behind her. He heard a voice call out, "Clara!" And in a heartbeat, she was upon the man. He screamed, and suddenly, as quickly as it had all started, she and the man were gone.
What?
Jatinder knew now that it had been Henry who had sacrificed himself to save them from the spirit he had manifested of his dead wife, Clara.
This is not what happened.
For
No, it
crying
wasn't.
out loud. Well, we're done for. The one thing that could control her, well, he died 200 years ago.
Poor Chen. I'm
You
sure
know
Apollo
what?
will find
I didn't think they would manage to slide some racism in there, but you know what? Here we are. The Indian man is the guy who is the most spiritually intelligent, of course, yeah? Sure, yeah.
space for you in the afterlife. Do you prefer foot washer or nose hair trimmer?
Oh, you got jokes now. You think this through? If I die, I'll be back, haunting you. Got it?
Love is stronger than hatred.
You love me now?
No, you fool!
She's talking about the mansion. Thank you, Pythia. Chen, let's go. As they came back to the house, Theta 77 had already
They
set up.
dressed them like fucking Ghostbusters.
Also, why is that one staring at the front like a corpse?
I don't know. Wait a minute. Only one of them is dressed like the Ghostbusters, and it's the black guy.
The only one dressed like a Ghostbuster is the black man.
Yep.
Oh,
Up a
okay.
cordon. Sir, we're at 7.5 kilocaspers. We're off the charts here. Unknown territory. I don't think we
Also,
can hold her.
something I'd like
She's
to
going to
say
break into.
before we go further. They added titties to the ghost.
Yeah.
Containment. She stood in the open doorway, her aura and radiation increasing.
Miles, Edgar, we need you now. I know you can hear me. I know you don't want anyone else hurt. Please.
From behind Clara, two small spectral entities emerged. As they each grabbed one of her hands, her eyes quieted and the aura surrounding her faded. They led her back up the stairs as the front door silently closed behind them.
What?
SCP-2696 is a mansion located in the region of Dark Peak in Derbyshire, England. The interior of SCP-2696 typically induces mild claustrophobia and panic in individuals within 1 hour of entry. Prolonged exposure leads to an intensification of such feelings, resulting in severe, crippling paranoia within 3 to 6 hours. Additionally, the nursery and the tower of SCP-2696 are subject to an anomalous effect which prevents all matter from entering or exiting the boundaries of either area. This effect does not extend to electromagnetic or aspect radiation. SCP-2696-1 is a translucent, intangible humanoid apparition physically resembling the late Clara Rossif, though it has been known to assume various non-humanoid forms during periods of high activity. Previous incarnations have included multiple, younger versions of Clara Rossif, an animated mass of decaying plumeria blossoms.
And then they showed her next to the ghost, which is inaccurate, like it's the same person.
Yeah.
And a motile column of bone and biological tissue. SCP-2696-1 primarily remains inside the tower of SCP-2696 when inactive, but will attempt to escape from the boundaries of SCP-2696 if its containment is not strictly enforced. SCP-2696-2A and 2B designates the skeletal remains of Miles and Edgar Rossith respectively, located inside the nursery of SCP-2696. Due to the inaccessibility of the nursery, the two instances of SCP-2696-2 have only been documented via etheric resonance imaging and X-ray imaging of the nursery interior. SCP-2696-2A and 2B are normally inert, with the two entities lying in a fetal
They're
position at the
skeletons.
center of the room. The two entities only animate during periods of high SCP-2696-1 activity. During such periods, 2A and 2B have been
Do
observed
you
to
think they
alternate
cared
between
for
wrestling
their
each other,
skeletons?
dancing in circles, and standing motionless at the door to the nursery. Enhanced imaging of the two entities reveals the presence of a carved symbol on the forehead of each of the instances' skulls. Notes recovered from the study suggest a relation between the symbol and various experiments conducted by Henry Percival Rossif. In particular, those concerning the manifestation and manipulation of thought-based constructs. SCP-2696 was formerly known as Rosyth Hall, built in 1869 by the eccentric industrialist and occultist Henry Percival Rosyth. It comprises of 2 stories and an elevated tower, constructed in a traditional neo-Gothic architectural style. Its interior, however, features numerous unorthodox design elements, such as sloped floors, dead-end hallways, protruding surfaces, and uneven, twisting corner angles.
SCP-2696-1 activity was greatly reduced in the months following this
What the fuck
incident.
is this?
It is unknown as to
Ow.
why the surge protectors failed, as well as to how SCP-2696-2 was able to leave the nursery and pacify SCP-2696-1.
Subsequent investigations revealed that the interior structure of SCP-2696 was significantly damaged by the large burst of aspect radiation caused by the emergence of SCP-2696-2 from the nursery. While some of the damage was repairable, several structures utilized fragile and or currently unobtainable materials that were unable to be replaced in full. It appears that while SCP-2696-2 serves as a last resort failsafe mechanism for SCP-2696, repeated activations will have the negative effect of permanently reducing the containment effectiveness of SCP-2696, resulting in more frequent and violent breach attempts. Given current containment practices and rates of failure of AAFM units, it is estimated that SCP-2696-1 will have a 47% chance of fully breaching containment by 2030. Accordingly, members of the ECRG assigned to SCP-2696 are to focus on devising more sustainable and permanent long-term containment solutions for SCP-2696-1.
Love unending, though a beautiful concept, can sometimes lead us down a path of desperation and despair. Love deeply.
But once that love is gone, let it be. As always, have a care, and remember to subscribe, like, and share, if you would.
As well as they left out a whole bunch of characters, like the interview logs. None of them were there. Just tossed aside.
Yeah.
Alright. The removal of characters and license.
4.
But, added gore or violence.
1 or 2? Which would you say?
Probably 2, because it is more violent than the other one.
Yeah, it is more violent, just not that violent. Yeah, 2.
Yeah. Deviates from the plot of the article.
4.
Only men in the video.
They removed multiple women, but they couldn't remove all the. Also, they holified the ghost.
Yeah, they also got rid of the maid.
Yeah, that's a 3.
See its rating. Oof. 15%.
Okay.
Alright. Alright, the next one is Sky Food.
Oh.
Which isn't as long. This one will actually be it's a shorter read. Thank goodness.
Okay.
Yeah. Item SCP-3531. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3531 is to be stored in the hangar of Site 3A. Tests are to be conducted in discretion of the site director. Description: SCP-3531 is a Boeing 737 airliner. 3531 is unremarkable in both exterior and interior appearance, and it is non-anomalous when not in flight. However, photographs, videos, and audio recordings taken within 3531 during flight show various forms of aquatic-based anomalous phenomena, as well as the manifestation of several humanoid figures acting as flight attendants on board. Despite this, observers remain either ignorant or unwilling to acknowledge the phenomena, in most cases refusing to believe video evidence. Addendum: Test log. A series of tests were approved to observe the interior of 3531 mid-flight. The first test is logged below. Subsequent tests were deauthorized. Video log. Date: September 7th, 2017. Note: multiple D-Class personnel were stationed in 3531. D-1442 was issued a camera for the purpose of recording this video log. Agent Kulkarni was piloting at 3531. Begin log. 0 o'clock. D-1442 begins recording as 3531 takes off. The intercom starts playing a message. Hello everyone, and welcome to your flight with Kingfisher Airlines. I'll be your pilot. Now that we've successfully taken off, make sure to keep your seatbelts unbuckled. Make our jobs a little easier, eh? D-1442 promptly unbuckles their seatbelt. 2:23. D-1442 pans right. A shallow wave of water rushes through the aisle, depositing seaweed throughout the floor. 3:03. The camera shakes violently. D-1442 mutters, complaining about turbulence. He pans quickly to the window. A jumble of wire has caught onto the wings of 3531, extending upwards indefinitely. 9:52. A pair of flight attendants enter view. They appear to be struggling to walk. An attendant offers D-1442 a can of worms, which he accepts. D-1442 begins consuming the worms one at a time. 10:03. The flight attendants shamble back through the aisle. The seaweed from before has built up, now fully covering the passageway. 12:01. A flight attendant is seen escorting multiple passengers through the cabin. The attendant is draped in wires, their face no longer visible, with fish hooks in place of their hands. Passengers' wrists have been tied with fishing line. They do not resist as they are led through the aisle. 15:03. The plane begins shaking violently. D-1442 hurriedly turns to the window. Multiple electric eels are present outside the window, weaving in and out of the clouds. Rapidly moving cloud formations expel waves of water and flashes of lightning, causing violent shaking within 3531. D-1442 laughs nervously, joking about a thunderstorm. 15:14. D-1442 finishes the can of worms. 16:01. An eel smashes through the window of 3531, wriggling in D-1442's lap. D-1442 does not seem to notice this. The eel continues wriggling as waves of water crash into 3531, flooding the plane with water. As the water becomes level with the camera, choking noises can be heard along with violent camera shaking as D-1442 attempts to breathe the water. D-1442 does not stop, instead continuing to inhale the water, soon falling unconscious. 16:35. The camera leaves D-1442's grip. The camera drifts upwards, presumably having been let go of D-1442, eventually hitting a passenger's arm and turning around to reveal D-1442's floating body, among several others. Seaweed from before appears to be growing over many of the passengers' bodies. The camera remains buoyant, having hit the ceiling. 17:12. Agent Kulkarni runs into view, seemingly unaffected by the lack of breathable air. He convulses briefly before collapsing to the ground. Kulkarni rears his head and unhinges his jaw, shooting several large hooks out of his mouth, attached to the fishing wire presumably originating from within Kulkarni. The hooks move on their own, impaling all the personnel aboard, some hooks impaling multiple passengers. Kulkarni is dragged off screen, bringing the passengers with him. 1838. Intercom starts. It is interrupted by brief static. A message plays. Thank you for flying with Kingfisher. The camera feed cuts out, likely due to water damage. End log. Upon landing, SCP-3531 was found to have suffered none of the damage captured on video. None of the personnel aboard were found within 3531. The camera was covered in D-1442 seat, having suffered no water damage. Recovery S-3531 was discovered after routine inspection of its black box footage by Mobile Task Force Lambda 4 birdwatchers. The footage contained the following recording.
Look, I'll get you your shipment. We've been held up with processing. Yes, I know how many times I've said it. It's finicky. No, I swear, it's just logistics. The clothes are the main problem. We can't get them off mid-flight, so...
It's not the attendants, no. They're working fine. But it's hard enough to convince the people that they're on a normal flight. Getting them to prepare themselves like that would be... No, I'm sorry. It'll be fine. Just, it shouldn't take much longer. The shipment will be... The voice has since been identified as Miss Janet Kaminsky, a pilot presumed dead along with the crew and the passengers of her final flight, which had crashed into the Pacific Ocean. And that's it. With the anomaly. Oh look, it's a symbol that will piss people off. Sorry, I had to say it. Anyways, we might as well see the thumbnail. Just wait for Jerry to be unmuted.
I did not. Sorry, I said 4, but I didn't realize I was muted.
Run a Bechdel test on the videos? What the hell is a Bechdel test?
A Bechdel test, I believe that's the test where basically, is there more than one woman? Do the women talk about something besides men? Do they talk about anyone besides men?
But anyway, here's the thumbnail. What do you think of the thumbnail, Jerry?
I already said a 4.
I didn't hear that. Yeah.
So Discord is messing around as well, because I said that a few times after I unmuted. Not just before I unmuted.
Yeah. Alright. Let's see, did they go to license? They did.
Okay, that's good.
We ready?
Yeah.
Oh wait, gotta get rid of the image. Alright. In 3, 2, 1.
Are you sure about this? I don't think this is a particularly good idea. Listen, you keep saying you need a vacation. Now I get this fantastic offer, and what? You're jealous? It's not about that. But don't you find it a little odd that you win some holiday you don't even remember registering for? Probably just slipped my mind. I'll be fine. You think you can survive for a few weeks without me? I'll be fine. You're the one I'm worried about. I'll send you a postcard from the beach. Take care, Doc. Chen made his way to the Airbus A380. the words Kingfisher Airlines prominence on the fuselage. Welcome back. Today I bring you SCP-3531, Sky Food. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notifications. The layout of the plane appeared relatively normal, the usual seat configuration and seat options. What did strike Chen as a little odd was the logo of the airline, a large hook. He disregarded his curiosity and put it down to marketing creativity, gone a little sideways. As he made his way to
What's that? Oh yeah, by the way, the plane's empty until it takes off.
Yeah.
So none of these
Also,
women will...
you're saying
Yeah.
that it doesn't say any of these details in the thing. It may
Right.
get aquatic after flying, but before, there's no Kingfisher thing or anything. It's just a normal Boeing airplane.
Yeah.
a seat. A
Also,
stewardess
that
stopped
means
him.
all these people have way more foot space than they should. Is it so bad that it's hurting that you haven't noticed the joke? Was the joke bad?
Probably.
Boeing airplanes have no foot space. All of these have foot space.
Yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
Afternoon. Are you Mr. James Chen?
Call me Chen. Only my mother. Never mind. Yeah, that's me.
Welcome aboard Kingfisher Airlines. You've received a complimentary upgrade to first class.
Oh yeah? Great. Front of the plane.
Top deck, sir. The food is much better up there.
Lead the way. The second floor first class seating was something else. It was Chen's first time flying in first class. Each person had their own private seating area. Chen settled into his seat as the crew made their final preparations for takeoff. Once they had reached cruising altitude, a voice came over the PA system.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to your flight with Kingfisher Airlines. I'll be your pilot. Now that we've successfully taken off, make sure to keep your seatbelts unbuckled. Make our jobs a little easier, eh?
He hadn't heard that before. Keep your seatbelts unbuckled? A stewardess returned with a tray of drinks.
Can I offer you a glass of champagne or orange juice?
Chen reached for the champagne, but something seemed a little odd. Best to keep his senses on full alert. He took the glass of orange juice instead.
Please make yourself comfortable, sir, and let me know if there's anything else you need. Might I suggest you unbuckle your seatbelt? You'll be more comfortable that way.
Appreciate it, but I think I'll keep it on.
Are you sure? You wouldn't want to be stuck on the plane if something happened.
Chen gave her a quizzical look, but before he could say another word, she walked away. The plane started to make a slow turn to the right as Chen looked out the window. On the ground, a small stream of water ran across the floor.
I said he's not even wearing a seatbelt.
Oh, apparently he magically is wearing a seatbelt.
Yeah.
The tray carrying nuts, napkins, and hot towels.
Sir, warm snack?
Thank you. Chen took a packet and set it down on his tray table. Don't eat that, a voice from behind him said. Chen started to turn around. Stop. Stay seated. Don't move. A hand came from behind his chair. In it was a syringe. Inject yourself with this. You'll need it if you want to get off this flight alive. What? Who are you? Just do it.
Sir, I've told you before, this area is for first-class meals, passengers only. Please return to your seat now.
Okay. Remember what I said. As the stewardess escorted the man away, he glanced back at Chen. What the hell? What was Klaus doing on his flight? And what was the needle for? It didn't matter. If Klaus said to do it, he'd better do it. He injected himself with the syringe and hid the needle in the front seat pocket. Nothing. He waited another 5 minutes. Still, nothing. As he reached down for the packet of peanuts, he quickly pulled his hand away. It wasn't nuts anymore, but worms. It was a packet of worms. The lights flickered, as the plane jolted upwards. He heard the stewardess in his ear.
We're experiencing a little turbulence. Please ensure your seatbelt is unbuckled for your safety.
He'd had enough of this. He turned to face her and give her a piece of his mind. What he saw before him wasn't that same stewardess, but some sort of sea creature. She had tentacles and scales all over her, but she was wearing the crew's uniform. Okay, sure. Thank you?
You're most welcome, sir.
Chen heard a crack of thunder and looked out the window. Where had the storm come from? As he peered out, he saw an electric eel flying next to the plane. What was going on? The plane banked deeply. Water rushed from one side of the plane to the other. Seaweed and fish strewn about the water as it rushed past. Now the water level was starting to rise. The plane was filling up with water. Klaus rushed down the aisle and stopped at Chen's seat. Did you take the injection? Yeah. I wish I hadn't, though. This is insane. The window burst open, and an eel came flying through. Water poured through the open window. Chen looked around the plane.
That's not an
All the
electric
passengers
eel.
appeared
That's
calm,
a completely
as if they could.
different eel that wouldn't be found in the same area.
Yeah.
One is a tropical fish, and the one they just showed, rewinded a little. If it's the one I think it is, that would be the one found in the Bay Area of California, which would be cold water fish. And electric eels are tropical fish, I believe.
Yeah. Anyways.
You're like, I'm not rewinding this, I want to get through as possible, and that's fair.
Yeah, they're not going anything with the article.
Couldn't see anything that was happening.
Yeah.
More stewardesses came down the aisle, an assortment of sea creatures, with most having fish hooks for arms.
This is so
They
off
moved through the
plot
cabin,
that doesn't even count as a video on the SCP.
Yeah.
Passengers behind them.
Be careful with the first class meals. They won't be happy if they're not fresh.
What do we do?
What?
We need to bring this plane down.
Well,
now. All right, let's head for the cockpit. They checked that the coast was clear and got up from their seats, heading for the pilots. As they crept down the aisle, they saw more of the cabin crew picking up passengers and dragging them off. They reached the cockpit door. How are we going to get them to open it?
Naughty, naughty. It's rude to dine and dash.
Behind them were two of the cabin crew, hook hands at the ready.
No, that one's no good. Let them go. We're done here.
They heard the click of the cockpit door open. Chen and Klaus dashed in and shut the door behind them.
You're a constant nuisance. You
What?
don't smell good, and I'm sure you don't taste great either.
Chen and Klaus turned back and looked at the cockpit display.
What?
You! They heard the PA crackle to life.
Hors d'oeuvres and canopies. Welcome to the Fisherman's Market.
They're
The
using an
current
SCP
time
from
is
another
10:45
video.
PM, and the temperature is 16 degrees Celsius.
What?
Please remain in your
Yeah, there was one where there's this child where if you, very wounded child, if you go near it, you get hooked up into another reality of giant fish-like creatures.
Yeah, that SCP is unrelated to this.
Yeah.
sealed packs and try to remain still until fully defrosted. We hope you enjoyed your flight, and we look forward to serving you again soon. Thank you for flying Kingfisher Airlines.
SCP-3531 is to be stored in the hangar of Site-38. Tests are to be conducted at the discretion of the site director. SCP-3531 is an Airbus A380 airliner. SCP-3531 is unremarkable in both exterior and interior appearance, and is non-anomalous when not in flight. However, photographs, videos, and audio recordings taken within SCP-3531 during flight show various forms of aquatic-based anomalous phenomena, as well as the manifestation of several humanoid figures acting as flight attendants on board. Despite this, passengers remain either ignorant or unwilling to comment on the phenomena, denying all claims and in most cases refusing to believe video evidence. SCP-3531 was discovered after routine inspection of its black box footage by Mobile Task Force Lambda 4 Birdwatchers. The recordings showed the following message played over the intercom, exhibiting its cognitohazardous effect.
Okay, I got a little proposal for you. I know Kingfisher only wants the best, so you better believe me when I say I found the best. Down in a certain little universe, in a certain little planet, all over it even, I found these little beauties. They're called humans. You'll love them. They've got these beautiful hands, 4 fingers, and that's not even including the opposable thumbs. Strong, dexterous legs, a full, meaty torso. Trust me, it's the whole package. Everyone's gonna want them. Problem areas, you say? Well, they've got a substandard moral compass, that's for sure.
I think they changed the
Between
message.
You and me, I don't think anyone will notice.
Don't trust those giveaways and spam messages you receive. Most of them surely are just clickbait.
No. You should
Ironic
always
you say
follow the
clickbait.
instructions of your cabin crew. Remember, we're
Wait, hold on. What's the message about him?
Also, I want to say, did anywhere in there it said the flight attendants were fish people? Because I read shambling and I read there were the aquatic occurrences, but
Several humanoid figures of Fightins, message several humanoid figures acting as Fightins on board. Despite this, let's see, the Fightins shamble back at the, hold on. Pair of Fightins interview. They meet shortly in the walk, and then it offers, can of worms. Yeah, no, they don't describe what the flight attendants look like.
only that they're humanoid.
Yeah.
They probably look human.
Yeah.
Or human enough. So the fish thing, even at the end, they didn't correct it.
Yeah, and also at the end of the message, it's just talking like they'll get your shipment, but and clothes being the main problem. Not talking about like, oh yeah, the flesh of humans is gonna be really good. What the fuck did you get that from?
I don't know.
Alright. Removal of character / license. Yes, they did.
Or
Yeah, the very only character in there, technically, which be the D class, was not there.
also, let's be fair, they fucked all the instances over. Even characters they kept in, they modified so much, even the attendance, that it doesn't count as keeping the characters.
Added gore or violence. I think they did add more shit, though.
They that was definitely a 4 on the violence. They were doing so good with violence. Why did they suddenly go crazy with it?
Yeah. Deviates from the plot of the article.
4.
Yeah. Only men in the video.
Well, it's not only men, but there was.
Technically now we don't know the fish people's genders? Oh, wait a minute. Did it actually say female flight attendants or just flight attendants?
Oh, you're right. The flight attendants.
You're right,
went
Sanju.
non-gendered. Oh, that was Sanju?
Yeah, Sanju said that. Technically not, we don't know the fish people's genders. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So they changed them from non-gendered flight attendants and gave them all genders.
Oh yeah, in the only female in the article, Miss Janet Kaminsky is not mentioned.
Okay, I guess we give it a 4. Literally, it doesn't add any females. It removes changing the gender of the flight attendants is not adding females.
Jerry.
Oh no.
We have our first 0%.
No! No!
Our first
No.
0%. And the thing is, it was on the shortest article.
No.
I think they included so much shit so they make the video longer.
They could have just spoken about the SCP in more detail.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the next one's also short.
Okay.
But before I do, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back.
Have a good pee.
Sanju, Jiri, you have control of stream. Have fun.
So how many SCPs did they break so far?
Well, let's not talk about the number. Let's talk about the last one they broke. This is the worst rated video so far, and for some reason, I seem to be with Bright every time she touches the ones they touch the worst. Oh. SCP-3531. Imagine a weird, empty Boeing airplane. When it takes off, flight attendants of unknown race or gender are serving people that suddenly pop in as people on the airplane. We do not know if they are human, but they look human enough. We don't know what they are. They look humanish. They look humanoid. They're referred to as humanoid. We don't know their gender, but we do know that it calls itself Kingfisher Airlines. And to unbuckle your seatbelts. And as the flight goes further, a lot of aquatic events happen that suggest the airplane has been sinking deeper underwater, but when the flight ends, no damage or people are found.
So they definitely messed us up with flying colors.
Woo! You saw the video, didn't you? You saw the video?
Not all of it.
They turned it into fish people hunting humans. Crap.
But that's not what SCP-S.
Yeah, it doesn't even have fish people.
Boo.
Maybe.
Sorry.
It's all good. I was just telling Spood the things. I think that Fisher Airlines, which is the stupidest reason for anyone to do anything, but hey, you know.
Yeah, anyways, the next SCP is Paired Brass Guard Cats, aka SB531.
Alright.
Item SCP-531, Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-531 statues are effectively harmless when kept facing each other. When not being studied, they are stored in matching pairs in the medium security facility Redacted. Placed in walls, alcoves, on opposite sides, along a marble-lined hallway in an arrangement that is approximates the circumstances where the original pair was found.
Right. One moment, I'm going downstairs very briefly to get through the next video. I'll probably want some pizza with me because, well, you saw the last video. I don't trust them. That was the worst rated video yet. I didn't know they could do that bad. I thought they stopped at 5%. I was wrong. I was wrong.
Also, Jerry, you watched rubber videos. Which is worse, them or rubber?
I think you know my opinion.
Hey, at least I warned you when we first started this.
Yes, you did. I didn't believe you. I should have trusted the weird woman whispering warnings. You can't see it, but I'm wibbling my arms around.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Alright, Danger Nose, while we wait for everyone. How is everyone? How's everyone in chat? I see that I have 7 people, or 8 people watching me now. How is everyone? Hmm? How is my lovely Danger Noodles? Holy shit, we can still hear Jerry. Cherry. You cannot hear us. Just about the rest. Ah. Hello, Benoit. We are watching you, Jerry. You cannot escape us, Jerry. I have no idea if Jerry can hear us. Oh yeah, I wonder if Bookworm's here. Or did they get on the plane and die from being eaten by fish? Oh. Thanks, Siri, but we don't take in spam. So basically, we're gonna read it, and I'm in the article about a bunch of pussies. Did my echo go through? Spood, if you can hear us, shout penis. I don't think Spood can hear us. Just waiting on Jerry to come back. Oh shit. I forgot you can see that. You saw nothing.
Oh, okay.
Penis!
No! Little shit. Obviously, I'm back.
Okay. Alright, ready to continue?
Yes.
The alcoves have sliding doors that can be closed via remote control to make it easier to approach them for maintenance or experimentation, or on those occasions when there are an odd number of statues in inventory. There are currently 14 statues in inventory, numbered SCP 531 12-14. If it is anticipated that the Foundation will have an odd number of SCP-531 statues in inventory for an extended period of time, i.e., it is not a temporary condition resulting from an in-progress test, a D-class personnel should be assigned to ensure that all statues have a partner. It is better to do this in a controlled manner than risks in accidental exposure. Description: SCP-531 consists of several paired sets of brass statues depicting stylized felines. The cats are in a seated posture, looking forward with ears raised in what is usually described as an attentive expression. Each cat is 74.2 centimeters tall and is solid metal weighing 451.7 kilograms. Their eyes are inset with what appear to be polished tiger eye stones that give an impression of luminescence, though they do not directly emit visible light. The original pair of these statues was found by an archaeological expedition in a tomb near Redacted, Egypt, that dated to approximately Redacted BC. The outer chamber of the tomb had been thoroughly looted in antiquity. The two SCP-531 statues were located in the passage leading to the inner chamber, and alcoves 54 centimeters above the floor on either side of the passage and facing each other across it. Although the passage was open, no looting had occurred beyond this point. The expedition's members experienced an extreme aversion to passing in between the two statues, and it is speculated that this psychological barrier is what protected the inner chamber from prior looters. The expedition managed to overcome this barrier through data expunge means and proceeded to retrieve the tomb's artifacts. No other SCP items were among them, but they were later impounded at a Foundation facility anyway. The last items to be retrieved were 531 themselves. One of the two statues was hoisted down from its alcove and crated for transport, with the plan being to crate the second one the next day. At some point during the night, Redacted went missing, and a new replacement statue was found occupying the vacated alcove. The expedition decided to reseal the tomb with the two statues remaining in their alcoves. The statue they had placed in the crate was taken with them to the Redacted Institute, where another individual went missing and another new statue was found in storage paired with the original. It was at this point that Foundation staff retrieved both pairs of statues along with the other artifacts from the tomb. Note: due to sloppy record keeping by Redacted, who was lost during early testing of 531's properties, it is not known which two of the four statues impounded by the Foundation at that point were the originals. Properties: when a pair of two 531 statues are facing each other, they produce a powerful suggestive effect preventing anyone passing between them. This is a psychological effect that no measurable physical force is generated. It is conjectured that this is the primary function of the statues, and in of itself, this effect is harmless. If the line of sight between the two statues is broken, a more dangerous aspect of 531's effects manifests itself. Observers will be drawn to meet the gaze of one of the orphan statues themselves. Once the gaze is met by an observer, he is unable to break eye contact without an effort of will beyond the capability of most people. The trapped individual will feed a mental pressure forcing him to crouch down so that his eyes are level with the statues. After several minutes in this pose, the subject's body begins to slowly stiffen and become heavier as a transmutation effect takes hold, converting the subject into a duplicate 531 over the course of approximately 1 hour. The subject remains aware throughout the process, but will remain unable to break the statue's gaze. Once the physical transmutation has begun, there is no known way to halt or reverse it. The duplicate is an exact copy and produces the same effects as the original 531 statues. It is unclear whether the duplicate effect was intended by whatever agency created the original 531s, or if it is a side effect of the powerful link between the two statues. Memo 531-BB proposed use of 531 for attainment of others' SCP items. It is proposed that 531 statues could be put to use as part of the Foundation's security and containment measures. They could theoretically constrain the movement of sapient SCPs that physical barriers are ineffective against. Figure 531-BB-1 shows one hypothetical example of an arrangement of 10 531 statues that could create a pentagonal cage approximately 6 meters in diameter that any entity affected by 531 would be unable to exit. This has not yet been tested in practice. A hexagonal arrangement is also possible, but the experimental determined critical viewing angle leaves very little margin of error in this case. Figure 531-BB-2 depicts a segment of a fence of arbitrary length using the same angles as the pentagonal cage. A feature of this proposed design is that 531 units are mounted on platforms that can rotate 36 degrees, triggered simultaneously along the entire length of the fence. Triggering the rotation should cause all the units to simultaneously switch partners to the unit immediately beside them, opening the entire perimeter. A fence with this design will require one 531 unit for every 1.5 meters in length, using a maximum unit-to-unit distance of 5 meters. The same mechanism of rotating units can also be used with the pentagonal cage described previously. Figure 531-BB-3 shows a switchable gate arrangement utilizing a 90-degree rotation of 4 531 units. Alternately, a single pair of 531 units could be used with retractable opaque barriers over the alcoves, much as is used in containment when individual units are removed from storage for testing. This alternative leaves the 531s unpaired while the gate is open, however, which may prove to be a hazardous situation during long-term use. As you can see, there's the diagrams.
Oh my.
Yep.
That definitely seems dangerous.
But yeah, alright, so let's rate the thumbnail.
What is the thumbnail?
Also, this is the first time I'm seeing the thumbnails, too, because I just hit download. I didn't even see what they looked like, and what the fuck.
What? 4.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the anomaly. Alright, we ready to see the video?
Yeah.
Let's see, do they have the license? Yes. Oh wait, hold on, I gotta take away the picture.
The passageways were dark and claustrophobic. The air damp and thick. It felt like nobody had been here in 3,000 years. But they knew that wasn't true. The pyramids in Egypt were famous for being ransacked and looted throughout time. Even the pharaohs knew this was a likelihood. They had devised booby traps and secret chambers to try and conceal their most precious valuables. They moved through the passageway, the glow from their torches, the only source of
To keep
illumination.
people from robbing graves.
What was that?
I said all those traps and all that were literally to keep people from robbing graves, not treasures, graves.
Yeah.
You're in a giant grave.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it just pissed me off.
Do we
so much.
really need to be here for this? I can think of at least a dozen better uses of my time. Cleaning my gun, filling out incident reports, getting a haircut. From what they've said, the anomaly is just a bit further down this passage. Look, if it wasn't important, I'm sure Luke wouldn't have called us in. I don't know. Luke seems a bit different since he lost his father. Something doesn't feel right there. That's a concern for another day. For now, cats.
Welcome back. Today I bring you SCPs.
Wait, that's a different voice actor.
It is.
Paired brass guard cats. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification.
I enjoyed that. Oh, no. No.
You're in raid? I'm Zargala. Yeah, I'm the...
We're not doing this.
Who are you?
Lucius.
They rounded the passage. Up ahead in the distance, about 15 meters away, was the door to what they suspected was the Pharaoh's tomb. The men in front of them had stopped, though, about 5 meters from the door. What is it? Why have we stopped? Luke turned to face them.
It is as I told you, Sayyid. The cats, they watch us and guard the Pharaoh's sleep. We cannot go further.
Let me have a look. Klaus approached the tomb. On either side, nestled into alcoves were brass cat statues, staring across the passage at each other.
If they're brass, why do you
Klaus
think them
stepped
to look
closer,
gold?
but with each
Yeah,
new
wait a minute. How big are they again? 74.2 centimeters tall.
Centimeters, which is in inches,
Which is...
that's around 29 inches.
Alright. Let's look at it again.
He felt a fear growing inside of him. As he reached the cats, the feeling of dread became overwhelming. He stopped, dead in his tracks. What is it? Why'd you stop? I don't
Kind
know.
of look a bit bigger.
I can't explain it. We shouldn't go any further. Doc,
Well, yeah,
suck it up.
I'll admit.
Go on now. I can't.
Not exactly tall. They're not even 1 meter high.
Yeah.
Something's not right. Out of my way. Never send a scientist to do an agent's job. Chen marched forward to Klaus, adamant to get past the two cats. He abruptly stopped, side by side with Klaus. He turned to face him. Maybe we leave this one to the workers. Klaus nodded as both men returned down the passage they had come.
Do you see now? The cats. The ancient Egyptians worshipped them as gods. They barred the entrance to the Pharaoh.
There's certainly some kind of effect when you get near them. That's for sure. Chen, bring the arms in. Let's try a little experiment. Roger that.
Slightly racist.
Positioned the robotic arm before the first cat statue and adjusted it until the steel plate was in place. Once he was finished, he positioned the second robotic arm in front of the next cat. All right, let's try this again. Klaus slowly approached the cat statues once again, cautiously moving forward. He spun around. Bingo! Let's get in that tomb and see what other anomalous toys the Pharaoh has left us. Luke motioned for the workers to move ahead. Their reluctance soon passed when they reached the cat statues and found the resistance and fear dissipated.
The anomalous effect would take place.
Yeah.
Someone would go missing and turn into a cat.
Yeah.
They applied the crowbars and
But
shovels to
remember,
pry
they
the
need
tomb
to
doors
make eye contact.
Yeah.
open.
So it wouldn't
Having
happen
been shut for
unless they
thousands of
made eye
years
contact.
wasn't doing them any favors.
Wait, I think it said, like, if broken eye contact for an extended period of time, it could, like, do something bad. Like, if someone were to go missing. Statue of the place the grave was taken to them. Another individual went missing, and another new statue was found in a storage paired with the
Well, it
original.
hasn't been that long yet.
Yeah. Yeah, but one of them's going to have to go missing. Or, well, two of them, actually.
Well, technically two, because both were broken eye contact.
Yeah.
Favors. Eventually, one side started to shift. As they pulled the doors open, they found a small chamber filled with gold trinkets, statues, and other valuable items. Luke stepped in.
Oh yes,
This is a
European
chamber
gold.
of wealth.
Yeah.
No sarcophagus. I suggest we remove everything back to the warehouse.
That's the Covenant.
Why would there be a bunch of Anubis statues? Do they even know what the treasure is for? It's not to store their treasures and goldies. It's literally to have things for them to use in the afterlife. They would use, like, if they liked hunting, they'd have their hunting items there.
Yeah.
If they wanted certain servants, the servants would be there mummified because they need those servants, which, sorry, servants.
Yeah. Also, why is the Ark of the Covenant a Hebrew thing in an Egyptian tomb?
Also, they would have food, so the Ka and Ba would, I mean, not the Ka and Ba. So the part of the person that leaves when the physical part dies would be able to eat. They believed in the Ka and the Ba. One was the physical part, and the other was the spirit part. And let's just say that they don't. This upsets me.
Where we can catalog it.
Agreed. Let's get out of here. I could use some fresh air. The men walked back out, past the robotic arms. Make sure nobody moves these arms.
Of course, Sayed. It will be as you say. Dr. Kloss, Agent Chin, something has happened during the night. I'm not sure how to explain it. It's best you come with me.
They returned to the passage in the pyramid. In front of them, they could see the robotic arms still on guard in front of the cats. However, one of the arms was raised, its protective steel plate now above the cat. That wasn't the strangest part, however. In front of the exposed cat sat another brass cat. They were staring at each other. So now we got three cats. It would
Yeah.
appear so. Luke, any idea what happened here?
The way his
None
gold
say
looks like in this
The men
universe.
had cleared the chamber by sundown
I don't
yesterday.
know.
They reported nothing unusual.
All right,
Enjoy
let's get
them
that plate
being
back in
rich
place,
with
and then
them
crate
thanks
each of
to
those cats up
Egyptians.
separately.
Oh my goodness.
Make sure you only crate one at a time. Don't expose any of the cats to each other.
They
We'll have a
put
closer
European
look back at the
crowns
warehouse.
As
and
you
treasure
wish.
chests in the area
Still
where
nothing,
they
eh?
No,
uh,
nothing,
keep
Sayed.
items for
Too bad we
the
didn't have any security
souls
cameras
to
set up.
use
Chen,
and
any
live
ideas?
after the body
Interdimensional rift?
dies.
Spontaneous reproduction? You scientists. Always miles ahead. Simple first. Bring all the men in from yesterday. Let's interrogate. Ah, Occam's razor. Good idea. Who's what now? Never mind. Luke, as Chen said, let's talk to the men.
As you wish.
Luke came
Also,
walking back into the room, a look of
I would like to
confusion
say
on his
this.
face. He stopped in front of Klaus. What is it? What's happened?
I did as you said, Sayed. I rounded up all the men. But
But what?
Omar, he appears to be missing. Nobody has seen him since last yesterday.
Yep.
Told you so. Did you now? So, Omar's missing. What's your theory then?
Wait,
He moved.
right there's the background to another anomaly.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
The seal plate?
but something
Okay.
else
And to what end?
that really
To steal
why
the
I
cat?
was upset
Okay.
before
So he moves the steel plate,
about
steals
the
the cat,
treasure
and
area.
disappears off into the
Yeah.
night. Sound about right? Yep. Like I
They
said.
believed
Told you
if
so, Doc.
the soul
small
didn't
problem.
eat, it would die. It
Mhm.
had to eat and drink like living people did.
Yeah.
And it needed a figure to live in. That's why they had visuals, like physical visuals, like statues and other things of them after the body died. So they would have something even after the body decays to use.
Yeah. Anyways.
Chen, nobody stole the cat. It's still here. In fact, we have 3 now. Oh, right. Right. Luke, uncrate one of the cats. Put it somewhere obvious in the warehouse, and position a steel plate with a robotic arm in front of it.
As you wish, say it. But I don't.
Trust me, and make sure the surveillance cameras are trained on that statue. The next morning, Luke came running to Klaus and Chen.
Say it. Another cat. It has reproduced again. It is a gift from the old gods.
No gift, Luke. More like a curse. Check the men. I'll bet you right now another is missing. They made their way into Luke's office. The surveillance TV's on standby. Luke came back into the room.
As you said, Sayed, Ahmed is now missing.
Cue the footage from last night. I think that'll explain what happened.
What is? It's beautiful. What is it from? It's eyes.
They are demanding eyes. Demanding. I cannot look away. I don't. Oh God. No, please no. It's demanding. It wants. It needs me. No. No,
What?
it won't.
Why would they be talking?
When a pair of 2
I don't know.
SCP-531 statues are facing each other, they produce a powerful suggestive effect, preventing anyone passing between them. This is a psychological effect. No measurable physical force is generated. It is conjectured that this is the primary function of the statues, and in and of itself, this effect is harmless. If the line of sight between the 2 statues is broken, a more dangerous aspect of SCP-531's effects manifests itself. Observers will be drawn to meet the gaze of one of the orphan statues themselves. Once the gaze is met by an observer, he is unable to break eye contact, without an effort of will beyond the capability of most people. The trapped individual will feel a mental pressure forcing him to crouch down so that his eyes are level with the statues. After several minutes in this
That's not
pose,
level.
the subject's body begins
Yeah.
to slowly stiffen and become heavier as a transmutation effect takes hold, converting the subject into a duplicate SCP-531 over the course of approximately 1 hour. The subject remains aware throughout the process, but will remain unable to break the statue's gaze. Once the physical transmutation has begun, there is no known way to halt or reverse it. The duplicate is an exact copy and produces the same effects as the original SCP-531 statues. It is unclear whether this duplicative effect was intended by whatever agency created the original SCP-531s, or if it is a side effect of the powerful link between the 2 statues. The ancient Egyptians
What
worshipped
fucking
cats as
agency?
gods, and rightfully
Right.
so, it would seem.
Well, I mean, it
The
did
next time your cat
mention
gazes deep into your
agency,
eyes,
but it just. I think it was very vague. Hold on, where did it say that? I know, I remember reading agency. It's probably near the end. Just, I don't remember where, but I remember reading the word agency in the article, but Haichu. Excited for tomorrow? Also.
Ooh, I hope you missed the video we just watched. It was slightly racist, we'll say. Like a small child might call a burning building small fire.
Granted, there's no characters in this article. Really, except for the archaeologists, I guess? But they're not named. So really,
there's actually no characters except for the anomaly itself.
Technically, we can consider the areas as characters, and it removes all of them.
Okay. Assuming I don't suddenly become busy and retired, then yes. Sweet. So...
It
would...
removed all the areas which stood in for characters.
Yeah.
Since they were originally moved to a few places that it never gets to in that video.
Yeah. Yeah, the Institute.
Yes, the Institute and eventually the Foundation. It doesn't get to either one.
Yeah, they just stayed in Egypt.
Mm-hmm. 3?
Yeah, I guess 3. Alright, added blood... Oh no, added gore or violence. It actually wasn't that violent in the video.
I don't think they added any extra violence.
So that would be like a 0.
Yeah.
That's a first for a while. For a while.
It is.
Deviates from the plot of the article.
2?
Yeah.
Fuck, I have to say 3. Because while it keeps the original properties of the SCP, it does deviate intensely.
I guess the last one will also be 0 because...
Yeah, it'll be 0.
Because we don't know what the gender of the archaeologists were.
There was no gender of anything anywhere.
Yeah. At 45%.
Whoa.
Alright. Next one. Yeah, this is one where they added a bunch of shit too. Like the disruption class, the risk class. So they're starting to dwell into more recent, kind of like. Before it happened. Also, it's a short too. All that I know about this anomaly is content warning. There is I believe there's talks about abuse in the family in this anomaly. So content warning. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I just realized with that warning, the nickname for this anomaly is really fucked.
What is the name?
You're all right again, my dear.
Why does that sound like someone talking to an abused person?
I don't know.
Like assuring them, they'll never hurt you again.
Yeah. So anyways, you ready?
Uh-huh.
Item 4735. Level 3 confidential. Containment class safe. Disruption class Vlam. Risk class warning. Yeah. Special containment procedures. Any instances of SCP-4735 are to be pulled from the store shelves if an 4735 affected subject is discovered. Any blood relatives under the age of 11 are to be removed from their household under the guise of school camp until the instance of 4735 is removed from their household. Oh no, I don't like this next sentence. Any children affected by 4735-1 are to be humanely euthanized.
Oh no.
Wait, this is a safe class. Description. 4735 refers to a series of canvas bags labeled as the all-in-one child's home solution. Each bag has a card attached, all labeled the following: Welcome to your all-in-one fully inclusive child home solution. Does your child act out? Not eat their veggies? Get poor grades? Look no further. With all the new, all fun at-home fixer kit, that's a problem of the past. Just apply drops of prep fluid, then use the magic no-no scissors. Bad little kids get the no-no scissors. We snip away the no until we find a yes underneath.
Oh no.
Contents of the kit include a standard surgical kit, along with an 8-ounce bottle described as child preparative liquid, and scissors with no scissors engraved on the left blade. 4735 instances exact compulsory effects on their purchasers, adult females between the age of 35 to 55 who have at least one child under the age of 11. Typically, the adult females are alcoholic or divorced or express an extreme distaste in their child.
Oh no.
After purchasing 4735 and returning home, the adult female hereafter referred to as -1 will proceed to extract a bottle of child preparative liquid and apply it to the child's head. This renders the child unconscious, similar to being put under anesthesia prior to surgery. Following preparation, -1 will extract the child's brain using the no scissors to remove small portions of the frontal lobe. -1 will then proceed to reinsert the brain and structure the child's head close. The child will have no observed effects of impeded or ceased biological function. Victims of -1 will not retain memory of being operated on. -1s will cease being affected upon removal of 4735 instances from their home. Upon questioning, -1 instances will claim their actions were an definite improvement of the demeanor of the child. Note, upon discovery, 47 collected instances of 4735 have been removed from store shelves. One confiscated instance had operation notes, and the other relevant documentation located around the house and in a zipper pocket unique to that instance. Dear Diary, my name is Charles Jackson II, but you can call me Charlie. We're gonna be such good friends, Diary. My daddy got this for me to write stuff in whenever I feel alone, so I'll probably write a lot in here because I don't have a lot of friends. Bye for now, though. I have to go eat dinner. Dear Diary, I went over to Mommy's house today. She was regular, but then she drank a lot of that wine stuff. There were like a whole mountain of bottles, and it stunk like really bad, like if someone popped a dead skunk. Then Bill, who's Mommy's new guy, told me to go watch some TV. So I did. I heard them yell about some guy named Al for a little bit. Then the theme for the Super Dudes came on, so I started singing and it went away. The Super Dudes fought Blobber again, but then Shooter Sam shot him with his crystal blast, so Blobber exploded and they made pineapple jello out of his leftovers, which I thought was funny. So I looked for Mommy to tell her, and she got angry and slammed the door in my face. So I cried, and she told me to shut up. So I did, and just watched the next episode. But I got a little tired, so then I went to sleep for a little. Then when I woke up, I'm gonna go to sleep for real now, though. So bye.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no, I'm starting to notice a pattern with the notes. You'll see it eventually. Dear Diary, today I woke up and felt a little funny because I think I slept too long. I remember waking up at night because I heard the door, but it was just Mommy coming back from the store. She bought cookies for me, so I ate one and she said she had another thing for me, but she'd give it to me after I was asleep. So I laid down and she touched my head and I fell asleep. I told Dad and he said next time I shouldn't watch too much TV before bed. I don't think I should because that's what bad kids do. Dear Diary, today I woke up and felt funny again, but I think this time it was because I had too many cookies. But my head hurts a lot. I went back to Mom E's house today, and she said I was being a bad boy for telling Daddy, and she said bad boys need a lot of rest so they can be fixed. So then she laid me down and tapped my head and said she fixed me so I wouldn't be a disappointment. N-E more. I don't want to be a disappointment. Dear Diary, today I tried out Julia's dollies because she always wanted me to play with her, so I was. Then Mom E came and got angry. And she said, boys do not play with dolls, but I was doing it for the right reason. It's toys, I thought, so I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. If you know Diary, please tell me toys is toys. You see the pattern?
Yeah.
Dear Dory, I
You
came
want
back.
me to read it?
I got it. I'm kind of reading as if I'm reading errors on purpose.
Well, I feel like it's okay to not add the errors
Oh,
because they're doing their best to write it. It's not the kids' fault. The parents suck.
okay, I guess I'll just read it normally then. Dear Diary, I came back from school today and I've started getting tired and forget a lot, so I got a lot of needs. Improvement on my report card, which made me made me sad, so I hid it in my backpack. When I came home to Mommy, she looked at it and yelled and got very angry because she said she did not want a dumb child. I don't think I'm a dumb child. I don't want to be a dumb child. It will hurt my mommy's feelings. Dear Diary, today everything hurts because Mommy hit me again. She was sad I wasn't a good boy like she wanted me to be. I'm sorry, Mom. I'll try harder next time. I don't remember what I need to do. I said I would try harder, Mom. I'm so sorry. Just stop. I'm so tired. I don't know what else I can do better. I'm sorry for disappoint.
I think I get why they say they put the kids down that have been affected.
Yeah,
They don't really have a choice.
yeah. Note, upon recovery of the aforementioned SCP-4735 instance belonging to one Mae Jamison, formerly married to Charles Ray Jackson, 23 samples of human frontal lobe tissue were found in a plastic zip-top bag in Miss Jamison's freezer. DNA analysis found the remains matching those of 7-year-old Charles Jackson II, the divorced couple's son. It is theorized that the amount of the frontal lobe in the freezer would have consisted of 57.1% of Charles' overall brain mass.
Oh, jeez.
The method by which Charles remained alive with little brain mass is unknown. Charles Jackson II's location is currently unknown.
Oh, no. She murdered her own son, didn't she?
Yeah, so it looks like the anomaly can make you lose a lot of your brain mass and still live.
Yes. Isn't that great?
Yeah. But it also looks like it doesn't affect like men. It's women.
Well, we don't know that.
I think it said it was like typically the adult female. Oh wait, yeah, it's hold on. Clearance is started care about child limits. This is act compulsory effects on their purchasers, adult females between the age of 35 to 55. So it is adult females.
Oh.
It's specifically women. So if a human male picks it up, they're not going to be affected. All right, so let me get this. Oh my god. The thumbnail.
Oh, no. 4, because that's not appropriate.
It's not.
I mean, Jesus fuck.
Us.
This is a very dark SCP
Yeah.
like this. Not that shit.
I'm terrified to see what the video is because the way it's written well enough that it's not overly bad. You know what I mean by that?
Yes.
I'm terrified how they're gonna do in the video. Alright. You ready for the video? Oh, wait. Creative Commons license? Yes.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Now, this is the first time where the conscious system actually made fucking sense.
Ow, Zanju said it turns you into a
Average right when you're. Oh my god.
The stitches went around the child's entire
What
head.
the fuck?
Whoever had performed the procedure had the skill of a surgeon. Though grotesque and unsightly due to the nature of the operation, the quality and detail of the work was second to none. Poor kid. Tell me if I'm way off base on this one, Doc, but how is he even alive?
I don't know. It's as you say, he should be dead.
Oh my gosh, his voice actor is different too!
Let me just look up very fast how, the amount of brain someone needs to live.
You want me to play the video while you're looking it up?
I'm looking it up right now.
Mm-hmm.
25%.
So they're normally making it so you have 55% gone, 57% gone. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, so 50, so that much being gone, you can survive it, but that doesn't mean your brain would work.
You'd pretty much be close to being brain dead, right? Something like that?
Well, I think that would depend on the part of the brain removed. I know the hippocampus has memory, and that is, I believe, right above the reptilian part of our brain that has all our emotions, and the front top part of the brain, that is where all our imagination goes.
Yeah.
As in, that's where we're able to store our thoughts, where we can plan. It literally gave us the ability to.
Yeah.
Did
Alright.
you just say lizard planning? Yeah.
Alright, are we ready to see how bad they're gonna mess this
Also,
one up?
the gray mass on top, the gray mass surrounding our brain that wrinkles up, also has information. Also, different parts of the brain do different things.
Right.
But, so, yeah, it's not just about the amount, it's about what it does. So even if you're missing, like, something percent, it'll still fuck you up. Irreversibly.
Right. Anyways, are we ready to see how badly they're gonna fuck this one up?
Okay, yeah, let's see it.
It appears as if someone has removed over 57% of the frontal lobe. Yet his biological functions are normal.
Oh my
We'll need
gosh,
to
it's the
speak to
child they
parents to
couldn't
find out
find.
if there's any cognitive effect, though.
Welcome back.
We
Today
actually
I bring
don't
you
know if it's the child they can find because we don't even know the
You're
race
light
of the
again, my
child.
dear.
Right.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and
I only
turn on
said
the
that because they said
notification bell.
57%.
The house was decrepit and smelled like
Oh my
piss
God.
and booze. It was no fit home for an adult, let alone a child.
Mrs. Jameson, is your husband around? And could you tell us what happened to your son,
They're
Charles
divorced.
Jackson II?
Oh my gosh, they mentioned the Charles. That kid was Charles.
Okay, well, they're divorced, so I'm not sure why they're acting.
Yeah.
Out of here? That runt? Ain't nothing happened to him. Nothing less than he deserved. Bouncing around and caterwauling while I'm trying to watch the TV. That boy needed correcting. And I done it, but good.
Sounds to me like you need a little correcting yourself. And I think I'm the guy for the job. I'll ask you kindly to watch your tone, sir.
Oh, you bad cop, eh? What you gonna do? I'll whoop you.
Ma'am, how exactly did you correct Charles?
Well, with that all.
I think it's the other guy, her boyfriend.
Oh, her boyfriend, the asshole. I mean, yeah, the asshole.
Hold on, let me see. Yeah, Bill, who's mommy's new guy. Yeah, that's probably Bill.
One child bag thing over there.
She pointed across the room to a dark black bag, not dissimilar to an older style doctor's bag. Kloss pulled a card from the bag. It read, All-in-One Child's Home Solution. Within the bag was a small 8-ounce bottle labeled Child Preparative Liquid, as well as a pair of no-no scissors, and what looked to be a standard surgical kit.
Wait, hold on. Standard surgical kit, along with 8 pounds subscribed to child with liquid and scissors.
Top of the article.
Yeah.
No, as in, look at the top of the article.
The top of the article?
Yeah, see, that's the bag.
Wait.
Yeah.
The bags don't match.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Also, the contents don't match either.
Yeah.
Kloss looked up at Chen and nodded his head.
Pretty clear cut. Take her in. It's not as simple as that. She clearly performed the operation to correct the child, but there's no way she has the skills or knowledge for that procedure. Not to mention how the boy is even still alive. The bag is anomalous.
So we round up the kits we find, lock that nut job up, and case closed.
No, there's someone behind this. Someone very intelligent and highly skilled in the surgical arts.
What?
Sounds like we got ourselves a sort of Jack the Ripper.
Indeed.
What?
I think we need to talk to my old professor.
All right, let me know how it goes.
Come on, he's not that bad.
Yeah, right.
Suck it up, Chan. He's on our side.
That's what you all keep telling me.
Not looking
Oh, god damn it. He self-inserted himself.
Yeah, he did. Well, like I said, why aren't they looking for the other bags? Why are they stopping at one bag?
Because apparently they believe there's like an anomaly or an organization behind it.
It doesn't say in the file that there's a group behind it.
Yeah, there isn't. Honestly, if there was a group behind it, I would highly believe it be either Marshall Carter and Dark or the Factory. Because it's both right up their alleys.
Well, yeah. But we don't know because nothing is listed. So
Yeah.
This is just fan fiction at this point. It's not
Yeah.
even actually fan fiction, honestly.
Actually, it's most... Actually, it would probably lean, if it was an organization, it would probably lean more to Marshall Carter and Dark. Because the Factory would just spit them out somewhere. Well, Marshall Carter and Dark would try to sell it. Yeah. So, yeah. But, for once, something really fucked up isn't made by them.
Yes, for once, it's just its own thing, popping up on its own.
Yeah.
The room was a throwback to a more decadent time.
Oh my god.
Heavy wood and leather adorned the office, a curious mismatch to the clean and sterile walls of the Foundation.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Ah, Kloss. It's been too long, my old pupil. And
They
you
changed
brought
it
your pet
again!
monkey. What a gracious pet he is.
Ha, ha, ha. Maybe try a new joke next time on our annual visit to the geriatrics department.
Bucket.
When
Everyone,
you see-
this is my favorite place to go to. That's why I get pregnant so many times.
Oh, thank you for the... Oh my god. Thank you for the raid, Pudgy Hedgehog. I appreciate it. We're basically rating, SCP content farms and showing how bad they are. And
Yeah.
they're very bad.
The SCP we're looking at right now is SCP-4735. It is an SCP that lures women around the age 35 to 45 who at least have one child under the age of 11 to purchase it.
And then do surgery on the brain.
Yeah, once they purchase it, they will. Well, some bags have instructions, some don't, but the moms always seem to know how to. It's an
Use it.
SCP, so it's an anomalous property of it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And they will use a liquid to make the child fall asleep, then scissors to cut open the head and remove parts of the child's brain.
Yeah, out of the frontal lobe, specifically.
Yes, the frontal lobe. The part of the brain that actually helped us evolve into better intelligence,
Yeah.
actually quite intelligent, but all their intelligence and evolution, the brain, was around hunting, not visualization. Ours revolved around visualization and imagination, which helped us be able to think better, which allowed us our our stone tools to evolve to a point further than Neanderthal stone tools were.
Yeah. So yeah, if you find that anyone who's watching that came in with the raid, find that a bit uncomfortable, it's a bit of a content warning before we kick the video continue.
Yeah, content warning. This does touch child abuse, and we are currently watching Content Farm deal with it. So while the SCP file itself deals with it in a respectable manner, the Content Farm does not.
Yeah.
I repeat, the Content Farm does not deal with this in a respectable manner. So be aware.
Yeah. Anyways, in 3, 2, 1.
Millennia pass. The necessity to come up with a new joke
What the
for
fuck?
the entertainment of a biped like you is an unnecessary waste of resources. Nonetheless, I am glad to see you, James.
Good to see you too, Professor. They laid out the contents on the table as Klaus and Chen went over the case with the professor.
A surgeon of most delicate skills. As you
That's
say,
technically not the
besides you,
content
Klaus,
in the
I can
image.
Yeah.
think of only one other student that would fit the bill.
Wait a minute. The professor was your actual professor?
It was a long time ago. How do you think I ended up at the Foundation?
Wow. Hadn't the slightest clue.
Sergei Kovnetsky. Brilliant mind. The intelligence of a grand master with the steady hands of a brain surgeon. Gifted, but a little unorthodox. This work bears his mark. Start there.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, thanks, Professor. It wasn't what they had expected or hoped to find. The man Klaus had known as Sergei had suffered a severe psychotic episode years before and was now considered deranged and dangerous. Don't see how this could be our man. He's been locked up here for ages.
Yep, dead end.
Klaus? Is it you, old friend?
Sergei, it's good to see you. I'd ask how you've been, but clearly not well.
Ah, things can always be worse. It's so full nice of you to visit Sot.
What the fuck's going
Even
on?
my family doesn't come
I don't know.
anymore.
It has nothing to do
I
with
don't
the
recall
SCP.
you ever married.
Right.
No, I didn't, but I did have a son. Alexander. Worthless child. So intelligent, just like his old man.
Are they gonna say that it's the anomaly's affecting him when it only affects women?
We'll find out.
But undisciplined and wild. He needed correcting.
Klaus shot a wild look at Chen.
No.
Did you say
Wait, was that puppy
correcting?
playtime on the TV?
Yes, what of it? A child needs to be corrected when they misbehave, no?
Where is your son now?
Yes, it is.
Who
What the fuck?
knows? He hasn't visited in many years. Last I heard,
They
he
changed
married
the
some
effects
drunk and
of the
had
SCP.
What was that, Jerry?
Well,
What was that, Jerry? What did you say?
they changed the effects of the SCP.
Yeah. Very much so. So it's probably gonna get really bad.
a child. A child no better than him, I expect.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Oh,
I
okay.
doubt
You
it.
didn't do anything
but I think it's time to go anyway.
Thank you, Sergey.
They rush back to the Foundation and to Mae Jameson's holding cell.
Mrs. Jameson, what is your husband's full legal name?
What? Why do you care?
Please, just tell us.
Charles Ray Jackson, duh. Why y'all think my boy's name is Charles II? Sheesh.
I don't get it. What's the husband got to do with any of this?
Shut up and
Nothing.
listen. Mrs. Jameson, what was your husband's name before he changed it?
She raised an eyebrow.
How'd you know about that?
Tell me now.
Don't see why that matters. But it was Alex. Alexander Kovnetsky.
What?
Any instances of SCP-473
changing the name and pop. They're changing the name of the character. Okay.
Yeah. Also, how the hell did you sexualize this SCP?
They found a way.
They found a way
to sexualize an SCP involving child.
Oh my god, that sounds so bad.
Because it is.
It is bad.
10 out of 10. Bad. Bad.
Okay.
Bad.
Let's hopefully get into this.
35 are to be pulled from store shelves. If an SCP-4735 affected subject is discovered, any blood relatives under the age of 11 are to be removed from their household under the guise of school camp, until the instance of SCP-4735 is removed from their household. Any children affected by SCP-4735-1 are to be humanely euthanized. SCP-4735 refers to a series of canvas bags labeled as the All-in-One Child's Home Solution. Contents of the kit include a standard surgical kit, along with an 8-ounce ball described.
Yeah, it's not the bag.
Also,
That's the bag.
All its contents.
Also, the scissors are different. I just noticed that the scissors are different.
Yes, that's because it has more than scissors. It also has different cutting tools. You see that hook thing? That's a type of cutting tool.
Yeah.
Also, if you notice, it has a lighter, it has
Oh, yeah.
all sorts of things people would use. I think it even has disinfecting wipes.
Yeah.
These are all just older versions of modern tools.
Yep.
As child preparative liquid, and scissors with no scissors engraved on their left blade. SCP-4735 instances exact compulsionary effects on their purchasers, adult females between the age of 35 to 55, who have at least one child under the age of 11. Typically, the adult females are alcoholic or divorced, or express an extreme distaste in their child.
Those weren't
After
scissors.
purchasing
Yeah.
SCP-4735 and returning home, the adult female, hereafter referred to as SCP-4735-1, will proceed to extract a bottle of child preparative liquid and apply it to the child's head. This renders the child unconscious, similar to being put under anesthesia prior to surgery. Following preparation, SCP-4735-1 will extract the child's brain using the no scissors to remove small portions of the frontal lobe. SCP-4735-1 will then proceed to reinsert the brain and suture the child's head closed. The child will have no observed effects of impeded or ceased biological function. Victims of SCP-4735-1 will not retain memory of being operated on. SCP-4735-1s will cease being affected upon removal of SCP-4735.
Why would you remember something if you weren't aware for it?
Yeah.
That's like saying you can't see what's around you when you're
Alright.
5 instances from their home. Upon questioning, SCP-4735-1 instances will claim their actions were an definite improvement of the demeanor of the child.
The responsibility of a parent is to educate, love, and raise their child. Never is correction an acceptable method. Be careful what ill-thought-out punishments you administer to your young ones. One day they might be the ones administering them to you.
As always, have a care, and remember to subscribe, like, and share.
Did they have
If
a
you would.
user
Until
tell
next time,
people how
farewell.
to raise their children?
I don't know. But one thing that bothers me most is why the fuck is puppy playtime in the video?
I don't know. I don't know.
Alright. Removal of characters.
I feel like we need to add 2 because, but they alter them so much.
Yeah. I want a high score for blood and gore and violence. Because at the end, they were showing other children watching the surgery.
That's a 4.
Yeah. Like, that didn't happen in the article. That's not even how it normally would work. It has to be one child alone.
And I think it's a 4 on changing the plot.
Yeah.
And the removal of women, but they technically changed the SCP in a way where it doesn't where it affects not only women. So I feel like that's a 2.
That's true. Sorry. 60. 20%.
Well, it wasn't as easy. But for some reason, I feel like the rating only goes so far because when it came to something like, let's say 3-1, it may have gotten a 0, but it wasn't something that would emotionally stress someone with how they altered it.
Yeah.
I feel like there's something worse in it, even though it got a.
That's true. Let's look back. Is there anyone else? Hold on. I'm gonna look back at it. Oh, wait a minute. I also forgot. They also removed the special card.
Yes, they did. And they removed the diary.
Oh, wait. We should change it to a 3. Because even though they were there, they didn't do any of Charles Jackson's stuff.
Oh, you're right.
So that would actually make it a 10%.
Okay.
That's a bit better. Wait, would it be?
Like
No, it would be 15%. Why am I say 10?
15% makes more sense. Also, I feel like we need to give a special badge of don't watch.
Yeah.
I mean, all of these are don't watch, but that one is especially bad.
Oh, yeah. Alright, yeah. Yeah, the next one is I Am Become Teeth. AKA SCP-4667. Assuming this is... Oh. Yep. Are we ready? Or do we need more time?
Are the viewers ready, or do they light break? Because we both do know the previous one was a bit heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, man. Content farm's already bad enough. But that was just.
And I thought, like, the rubber sexualizing some SCPs was bad enough.
This is worse than sexualization.
Yeah. Which they actually did in the video, too.
Yes, they added sex.
What the
fuck? And they literally brushed over the fact that the kids that are affected by the SCP euthanized because they literally had their lives destroyed.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything in chat saying we need to hold on a minute.
Alright, then let's go.
Yeah. Wait a minute, what rating does this one have up here? 49. Like I said, they only go after ones with low ratings. So not many people would, like, pay for the articles, I think. Which is just
Yeah, so
fucked.
not many people have looked at that SCP.
Yeah. Alright. Item SCP-4667. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4667 is currently uncontained and is believed to be located in an unknown area near the North or Baltic Sea. The tracking of abnormal tooth growth in coastal and ocean fauna is to be used to locate its precise whereabouts. Once 4667 is found and contained, it is to be stationed in a standard humanoid containment chamber located approximately 100 meters away from any population of organisms possessing teeth. Necessary living procedures such as feeding are to be performed by a D-class, which is to have their teeth pulled prior. Description: SCP-4667 is a mute 26-year-old humanoid female of Soviet descent, which is this right here.
Yeah. Kind of looks angry.
Yeah. 4667 has been diagnosed with total anodontia, which is a genetic disorder causing a total lack of teeth. Organisms possessing deciduous and or succedaneous teeth in near proximity, which is believed to be approximately 170 to 100 meters, to 4667 will be subjected to dental transfigurative effect. Said organism's teeth will begin to slowly elongate vertically, with new teeth spontaneously growing directly from the skeletal system, starting from the jaw bones. These new developed teeth will similarly elongate, eventually puncturing through the skin and internal organs. The rate of this effect is sporadic, and current theories suggesting that 4667 is capable of partially controlling the rate of tooth growth. This effect persists after the subjects are deceased. Organisms affected by 4667 will primarily expire via tooth growths, elongating through vital organs, commonly from the teeth in the lower jaw, elongating through the roof of the mouth and into the brain. Once affected cadavers leave the presence of 4667, elongated tooth growths will begin to collectively bend and grow into large, intricate models and sculptures of varying subject. The following are known instances of said sculptures: a feminine winged humanoid cradling a child, grown out of a human male. Multiple humanoids all appear malnourished and are in positions of anguish, grown out of a colony of European bats. A large feminine winged humanoid, its arms are extended out over multiple other humanoids, grown out of a human male. Multiple humanoids all appear to be joyous and are holding objects resembling foodstuffs, grown out of a human male. Multiple humanoids, all of which in aggressive positions. A winged humanoid is flying away from aggressive humanoids, grown out of a human male. A feminine humanoid, noticeably larger and less well constructed as other instances, is seen crying, grown out of a human male.
I don't think she likes men.
Yeah, don't think so either. Although 4667 is known to exist, it has never been in Foundation custody. 4667 originates from Burkisk, USSR, where it originally studied by Isif Jagatarina, a local dentist. 4667's anomalous effects were then reported to a British colleague, Russ Stanford. Stanford is known to be the leader of the GOI-0435, the Dentist Collective of Britain, a group originally created as Workers' Union for Dentists, but gradually changed their efforts towards the study of anomalous and non-anomalous practices of dentistry and genetic dental disorders. Oh yeah, that's them right there. Upon hearing of 4667 and its anomalous effect,
Stanford requests for 4667 to be reallocated to his office in the United Kingdom. In conjunction with Stanford, Jack Torina procured the British cargo ship SS Mavis via bribery of the ship's crewmen. On October 19th, 1985, Mavis began sailing to the United Kingdom with 4667 locked in the cargo hold. During this, all crewmen succumbed to 4667's effects, with Chektorina and 4667 disappearing. The following are notable famous logs aboard Mavis. Key: Bosilitov Contract Captain. Carleton Tilda, Chief Mate. Kennehelm Hiram, Chief Engineer. Wilhelm Kale, Second Mate. Sebastian Swindle, Deckhand. Aosif Jekaterina, Dentist. Impromptu Ship Doctor. So there's a bunch of characters in this article.
Would you like me to help with voices?
If you want to. Alright. Cargo hold 2302. 4667 is in a small room to the side of the cargo hold. Wendell is outside of this room's door. Kale walks by Wendell. Do you want to do Kale or Wendell?
I'll do, Kale.
Alright.
What's she doing in there?
Looks through the door window. Pass him.
Still said anything?
The dentist guy says she's mute. Got no teeth either.
Why are we hulling her again?
Dunno. Have to watch it though. Been standing for a while. Said it would be nice.
I'll see what I can find.
Kale leaves. Wendell leans against the wall, then begins coughing. You okay on that, lady? Need anything? Silence. Well, a night or something would have been. Coughs. Would have been nice. Silence. Hey, I'll go get some leftovers from supper for you soon. Quite famished myself, actually. Wendell begins coughing once again, this time coughing up an abnormally long human tooth into his hand. Wendell looks at the tooth and then through the window towards 4667. Oh, thank you. Wendell casually puts the tooth back into his mouth and begins loudly crunching into the tooth, then swallowing it.
Oh.
Coughs. No more. I'm good for now. Wendell coughs up another and abnormally long tooth. Well, if you insist.
What?
Bridge 2259. Conrad is steering the ship whilst humming. Upon consulting a map, Conrad's hand appears to cramp. Do you want to do Tilda or Conrad?
Conrad?
Alright. Grumbles.
Carpal tunnel, bloody hell. This can't wait a bit.
As Conrad picks up his pencil, a soft crack is heard, followed by Conrad jumping back suddenly.
What?
Conrad's left index fingernail is seen to be cracked and is bulged outwards.
What the hell?
Tilda enters the bridge. Something wrong, Boslav?
My finger. Man, the shit. I'm gonna talk to the doctor.
Oh, what? Coughs. What happened?
I don't know. I'm just gonna go.
Trails off whilst leaving the bridge. Oh, well, I already know who you're gonna take. Stateroom A, 2310. Jekaterina is writing in a journal on his bed when Conrad appears. Oh, we actually got a look of Isov right here.
Oh, nice.
Here.
Isov, was it?
Nah, something wrong with it, with the girl.
No. Wendell's looking after her. My fucking nail, though, it's...
Shows...
Oh, it's the same guy! Oh.
Yeah, shows
I
his
gave him
nail.
the wrong name.
Yeah, same guy as the previous one up here. Yeah.
Sorry, I did not realize that.
Yeah. I see. Victorina pulls a pair of pliers out of his satchel. Hold still, it might hurt. Conrad put his hands down onto a nightstand where Victorina begins removing fingernail fragments. Underneath his fingernail, a long human tooth can be seen.
What the fuck is...
Hold still. Victorina begins prying the tooth out of Conrad's finger. Conrad screams obscenities, and the tooth cracks out of the finger which begins bleeding heavily. Places the tooth onto the nightstand. I got bandages.
What the... What could cause that?
Begins wrapping Conrad's finger. Girl is losing control.
Girl? Is wire here? Why is she here? Some dentist ex...
I've cared for the girl for a while. She has a gift. She can control, but she is losing control. Jekaterina takes a line of measuring tape out of his satchel and puts it against the tooth.
What the hell are you talking about?
Hiram enters the room. Hey, wait, what happened to you?
This isn't the time, Kellen. Kennelin.
Man, it's important. Safe's gonna go. She's going too fast. Engine can't handle all this.
Huh? Carlton's probably slacking. Kick him in his sig break if you have to.
You get it. Hope your finger gets better. Hiram exits.
Now, what are you saying before?
Oh, no, not much. British comrade Rush knows more than I. When ashore, he'll explain better.
Well, what do you know?
She grows teeth. That is all. Not even name.
Teeth?
Look at teeth I pulled. How long is now?
32 millimeters?
And scissor should be about 22 millimeters.
Oh, so that's what's wrong with this.
Tooth is now 33 millimeters. Been biting tongue a lot as of late.
We should check on Wendell.
You go. I must stay and study.
All right, stay safe.
I will. Conrad leaves. Bridge 2321. What is believed to be Tilda present at the wheel, Tilda has copious amounts of elongated tooth growth surrounding their entire body, which are intertwining with the controls for the ship. Tilda is not moving. Hiram is seen in the hallway to the bridge. Upon seeing Tilda, he begins to back away. Hiram then faints several minutes after this. A sort of crackling can be heard. A puddle of blood then begins to form under Hiram. Cargo hold 2330. Window is seen chewing, however no crushing can be heard. Noticeably slurred. Got any more? Kale enters. Oh, well, got any teeth to spare?
What the hell? What happened to...
Actually, wet. Window reaches into his eye socket with two of his fingers and removes a elongated tooth carefully. I still got some lying around. Chuckles. Contract enters. Window puts the tooth into his mouth and continues chewing.
Wendell, what was that? He's eating his bloody teeth, Bullslav.
Tastes better than your cooking.
What? Wendell the girl.
Oh, don't worry. I'm watching us still.
No, Wendell, she's messing with you. You ain't supposed to have teeth coming out of your eyes like this. You realize that, right?
Since when? Tooth fragments in Wendell's stomach suddenly elongate, puncturing through his abdomen and shirt. Wendell collapses.
Fuck What a get the keys. We're throwing that bitch overboard.
Kale takes the keys off of window. As Kale brings the keys to the door, a tooth elongates out the tip of his index finger, impaling his thumb and causing him to drop the keys.
I'm gonna assume you finished reading that. Discord cut you the last part off.
God damn it.
Shit!
SCP-4667 reaches under the door and grabs the keys.
You. You can't unlock the door from that way, you bloody walnut.
Cargo hold side room 2336. Am I still being cut off?
No.
Okay. 4667 throws the keys across the room. 4667 then begins staring at the door. As it does, screaming can be heard from the other side for several minutes. Teeth elongation can be seen through the windows. Screaming stops after approximately 30 seconds. 4667 looks away from the door. Teeth outside stop growing. 4667 moves to a corner of the room and looks at the ceiling, which is noticeably convex. Ceiling begins cracking and bulging farther down. Teeth are seen breaking through the roof until the roof collapses, with the body of Haram falling down with it. Room's back is severely affected by tooth growths. As the roof collapses, the camera is destroyed. Bridge 2340. Low fuel signifiers are blinking and a hole is now present in the hallway. S4667 emerges from the hole on a pillar of elongated teeth, which slowly rises upwards. 4667 walks off of this pillar and onto the bridge, where it exits onto the deck through a side door. Deck 2341. Jekaterina is seen setting up a lifeboat. 4667 enters the deck. In Russian. You know I care about you and your craft, unlike these others. I don't await your reclamation. I hope my service was satisfactory. 4667 continues to stare at Jekaterina for a couple seconds, then goes back into the bridge. Jekaterina hastily leaves on the lifeboat minutes after.
She literally left and killed everyone but one person. She felt like it.
Yep. On October 21st, 1985, Mavis washed ashore on the east coast of the United Kingdom, after which Stanford and the majority of GOI-0435 went to the site of the shipwreck. It is unknown how the group knew of the location of Mavis at the time. Multiple objects were recovered at the scene, including the bodies of all of the Mavis crewmen, a photo, and a broken film camera still recording. The following is a log of the recovered recording along with the recovered photograph. Recorder is walking through a field. Stanford is seen on the side along with various others. Recorder.
Oh, the picture gets bigger.
Yep. How you know she's here, Russ? Stanford. Spoke to me last night. She wants us to see. Keep the film steady. Others will want to see this. Mavis is seen in the background. Stanford begins running through the wreck. Are you in there? I started muttering from others. This is the ship, alright? SS Mavis, see? That's the one I assist Brad. Did you leave already? 4667 is now seen on the ship's deck. There, yes, evidente. We have studied your craft, your divine work. We have heard your cries in the teeth of our patience. Not all of us forsake your gift, not all. 4667 smirks. I have done as you said, have you? A large pair of avian wings made solely out of elongated and normal-sized teeth unfurl from 4667's back. It is unclear what holds these wings together. Oh yes, of course, for your wings, so was why. GOI-0435 collectively bows. Go make your gift clear, Evidente. make it clear to the overlookers. 4667 lifts itself into the air and flies towards the mainland. As 4667 goes out of frame, GOY-0435 begins to slowly walk towards the direction 4667 flew. Recorder drops the camera and does not appear to notice. GOY-0435 is heard silently walking into the distance. After this event, the whereabouts for any member of GOY-0435 became unknown. 4667 remains at large. And that's it. Alright.
A murder hobo.
Alright, let's see how clickbaity the thumbnail is.
Four.
4? You believe it's a 4?
Well, think of this. Look at his expression.
Yeah.
Also, while the teeth can do that, the random blood from the teeth that look fine is weird.
Yeah.
It's just an unnecessary amount of blood from spots it shouldn't be in, and no blood from the spots it should be in.
Oh shit, they did something different.
What?
So not only did it do 4667, but Darkest Child by Kevin MacLeod is licensed under Creative Commons Attribute 4.0 license. Now granted, this is not an SCP thing, because SCP is under Creative Commons Share Alike 3.0. Not Creative Commons Attribution. What the fuck happened? Okay, that was weird. Creative Commons Attribution 4.0.
What is Darkest Child?
It might be music or a different character.
I have looked it up. The Darkest Child is a novel. I'm sure it's probably not just a novel.
Yeah, anyways, you ready?
Yeah.
The crate stood in the lobby of the Foundation. The label simply read, "Attention Kloss."
Sir, the scans and protocols have been completed. We haven't found anything anomalous, and whatever is inside doesn't appear to be alive.
The package appeared to have been shipped from the UK by a Dr. Russ Stanford.
Run a background check on that name and see what we have on him.
Already done. Dentist, head of GOI 0435.
What?
The Dentist Collective of Britain. Ring a bell?
Not really. Let's crack it open then.
Kloss signaled to the agents to open the crate. As the lid fell down, Kloss gasped in surprise. Within the crate was a winged female humanoid cradling a child. It was made from teeth.
Welcome back. Today, I bring you SCP-4667. I am Become Teeth. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell.
Kloss and Chen walked down the hallway. All we know is that thing dates back to an incident in the mid-80s. A shipment, crew, all turned up dead and disfigured.
What do you mean disfigured? It's all a little weird. That's why we're seeing Pythia.
Oh, yippee.
God damn it.
My name is Pythia of Delphi. Come forth and ask your questions of me. But beware, the answers you receive may not be the answers.
Thank you, Siribot.
Pythia, this is a sample from the crate we received earlier today. Can you tell us more about it?
Bring it forth and set it down in front of me.
If you just pop yourself out of that little lizard terrarium of yours, you could grab it yourself.
Chen, oh warrior Chen. So fierce, yet so exerbose.
So what?
It means, brainless.
Oh, you're asking for it, lady. You're really asking for it.
Never mind that now. What can you tell us, Pythia?
Come closer and witness the events of that treacherous ocean crossing.
The vessel careened and rolled in the tumultuous waters. The crew members looked through the glass window at the raging ocean.
Did
Their
they
expressions
already
were
add
of
more
grave
violence
concern.
than needed?
The man who appeared to be the
Probably.
captain clutched his right hand, a bloody rag over it. Behind the wheel were bloody teeth, much longer than they should have been. Down below decks, one of the men paced by a locked door. He laughed and giggled to himself, his hands covering his mouth, blood pouring from between his fingers. He looked through the glass window and motioned as he talked to whomever was inside. As he turned his head, he dropped his hands. Long, oddly shaped and bent teeth fell from his mouth as he chewed on other teeth. Well, that was pretty horrifying.
Indeed, but we
That's
still
how it
don't
went,
really
and he
know what
left
we're
out a bunch of
dealing
stuff
with.
too.
If there's one guy who knows about teeth, it's the professor.
What?
Ain't that the
They
truth?
left out most of the story.
Yeah, they cut out most of the story and they changed everything the characters they did. He wasn't laughing as he ate the teeth. For some reason, he thought it was her trying to feed him.
Yeah.
He's definitely a little long in the tooth. Klaus shook his head in disgust.
Yekaterina.
Ballerina.
Why do you always insist on acting like a fool, Agent Chen?
I don't know.
Good question. Let you know once I have an answer.
Anyway, this is an SCP before your time, Klaus. SCP-4667, or as I like to call her, the Tooth Fairy. The records date back to the early 80s. USSR. A young girl, anodontia. That means she had no teeth, Chen.
Chen opened his mouth to disagree, but quickly closed it again.
We've only ever heard about her. She's never been in containment. Be careful with this one. She can control and cause teeth growth if you get too near.
Understood. Why do you think she sent the statue to me, though?
Talk to Yekaterina. He'll be quite old now, but perhaps he can shed some light on the situation.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jekaterina. Thanks for speaking with us.
Yes.
Hold on. Let's go back. We have a picture of Jekaterina.
Yeah, he was old back then, so he would be dead. So not the same person, and somehow alive after.
Yeah.
Wouldn't he look like he's in his hundreds or some point?
I don't know.
Lucius asks, I answer. How can I help you?
We want to ask you about the Tooth Fairy.
No, the Tooth Fairy, you say? You have seen her?
No, not exactly. We received a gift from her.
The Tooth Sculpture.
Yes. How did you know?
Be carefully, they worship her as God. I too once believed her to be a goddess. Now, maybe a demon. That Dr. Stanford, violent disciple.
An agent came rushing into the room.
Dr. Klaus, another package has arrived for you. We're getting odd readings from this one.
I'm sorry, Dr. Jekaterina. I'll have to call this meeting off and reschedule. Thanks for your time.
No, wait.
The connection dropped as Klaus and Chen headed out of the room, following the agent.
They used the
As they reached
Discord
the
sound
lobby,
effect.
a larger crate sat unopened.
The scans have come back inconclusive. The x-rays appear to be another tooth statue. But the biological scans aren't making any sense. And there was this for you.
The agent handed Klaus a closed letter. Klaus passed the envelope to Chen as he went to have a closer look at the crate. Dear colleague, I present to you a gift. A most treasured and valuable gift. It has traveled far and wide to finally reach your shores. Treat it well. I live only to serve and abide. May the toothless god bless you. The guards pried the crate door open, arms trained and at the ready. As they shone their flashlights into the crate, they breathed a sigh of relief. It was another tooth statue. This one was of a humanoid woman, kneeling with her face facing towards the ground.
And
the agents
they
dropped the
butt
remaining
naked.
3 sides of the crate, fully unveiling the figure. Chen signaled to stop. He heard a faint creaking coming from the crate. The figure's eyes swept open. Chen instinctively ran towards Thomas, driving him backwards from the room as the figure stood up and unfurled its wings.
It's the
Its
the
wings,
anomaly.
made entirely from teeth.
But why the fuck are they naked?
SCP-4667 is currently
I don't know.
uncontained and is believed to be located in an unknown area near the North or Baltic Sea. The tracking of abnormal tooth growth in coastal and ocean fauna is to be used to locate its precise whereabouts. Once SCP-4667 is found and contained, it is to be stationed in a standard humanoid containment chamber located approximately 100 meters away from any population of organisms possessing teeth. Necessary living procedures, such as feeding, are to be performed by a D-class, which is to have their teeth pulled prior. SCP-4667 is a mute, 26-year-old humanoid female of Soviet descent. SCP-4667 has been diagnosed with total anodontia. Organisms possessing deciduous or succedaneous teeth in near proximity to SCP-4667 will be subjected to a dental transfigurative effect. Said organism's teeth will begin to slowly elongate vertically, with new teeth spontaneously growing directly from the skeletal system, starting from the jawbones. These newly developed teeth will similarly elongate, eventually puncturing through the skin and internal organs. The rate of this effect is sporadic, with current theory suggesting that SCP-4667 is capable of partially controlling the rate of tooth growth. This effect persists after the subjects are deceased. Organisms affected by SCP-4667 will primarily expire via tooth growth elongating through vital organs, commonly from the teeth in the lower jaw elongating through the roof of the mouth and into the brain. Once affected cadavers leave the presence of SCP-4667, elongated tooth growth will begin to collectively bend and grow into large, intricate models and sculptures of varying subject.
Sexualize this SCP.
Yep.
Hate your braces? Not wearing your retainer like your orthodontist told you to? You better wise up soon. You don't want to visit from this tooth fairy.
As always, have a care.
That makes no sense.
Removal of characters. Majority of the ship crew.
Yeah, they've removed the majority of all characters in the entire thing.
Yeah.
So 3. They did licenses, but
Alright. Added gore or violence.
4.
Yeah, they did. They very much did.
They had a good streak for a while of less violence, but that's been broken.
Yeah. Deviates from the plot of the article.
4.
Yeah. The only men in the video.
3.
Yeah.
They did remove females, only though they didn't remove one, but that's also because she's literally the character. Maybe we should do 4.
4 for that one?
Well, think about it. They only kept the one lady, and they not only sexualized her, but look what they did to her face.
Yeah. 5%.
Yeah.
Oh god. This one has a lot of logs.
You know what? Why don't we do more of this tomorrow? Because it's getting late. And
Well, I got a collab tomorrow.
Oh well, let's do it
Hold on.
Friday or next week. Because once again, it is getting late for both of us.
That's true.
It's 9 for me, so for you it has to be like
1.
oh.
Honestly, I'm a night owl, Jerry. Because narcolepsy hits me hard during the morning time. So I'm usually wired at night.
for me, I try to keep an okay sleep schedule so I'm not a mess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, that's fine. Okay, never mind. Because I've been trying to do streams 5 hours or longer on my days off. We're almost at 6 hours.
Oh.
So yeah, okay, yeah, we can't end it now. we made the quota. But yeah.
Sorry everyone that we couldn't end it on a better Lucius video because apparently there are better ones.
Yeah.
Just whenever I pop in, it seems like they run away. They run away and then wait until I'm gone.
That too. Yeah, I will do that too, but Cake is also gonna join us, like a friend of hers, so I'll have to invite them too. Alright, I'll have to do that. Thank you, Chu, for reminding me. Thank you. I've been meaning to do that. I've just been busy. Thank you. Yeah, also, the next SCPs that we would do, but that one SCP was too long.
We'll
Not that
do
type of cake, Chu.
5-2 the next time, right?
Yeah, these are next time. SCP-5252, the Latin Bearer.
Well, Chew, at least you missed the ones that we reviewed.
Also, the next one is after that is SCP-5998, Man Ascendant. And the other one is SCP-940, Arane Marionettes. Oh yeah, wait a minute, that's one Chew doesn't want to like. That's a spider SCP.
Ooh!
Yeah, the spider one.
I like spiders.
Well, your sister's a spider, so duh.
Oh yeah, my sibling's a spider. With a shrug.
Alright, now let me see if anyone's streaming.
Good night, right?
Yeah, good night, Jerry.
It was fun.
Wait, Olympics is streaming. What? Why did they have... Oh, they're at starting soon. They're starting to stream this... early? I mean, not early, it's late. That's weird. Alright. Does anyone have any last words for the stream? Like I said, my availability tomorrow will be very play by ear. Yeah. And that's fine, Chu. Yeah, just make sure to let me know when it's close to time. That way, it doesn't get weird or anything. So we all know. Don't worry. Yeah, I haven't played Mario Party in a long time. And I still suck at it. The only time I've won was because of fans' time. So I would being able to play tomorrow if very much up in the air. So prepare for not being able to make it a possibility I might not be able to warn you beforehand. Okay, that's fine. If I notice you not being there, then like on time or anything, like you're not showing up, then I'll know that you can't make it. Which is perfectly fine. Okay, Thank you for telling me that. I'll make sure to keep that as a mental note. Alright. Anyways, that's the raid words. And Danger Noodles, I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you guys next time for your next mission. And, Content Farm's gonna go fuck themselves. Yeah. Is everyone ready for raid? I'm gonna assume so, because it's almost time where it would just do it itself. Anyways, Dangerous, I hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure to share love to Elythics if you haven't. And, have fun.